Hello. Just a moment. Well, Gotham City Comics is apparently applauding, and Spinner X Studios says, man, Gratu has lost a lot of weight. I can't even see him. All right. So, how are all two of you doing this fine evening? Yeah, would you connect me with Paraguay? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, send the jet to the back of the building. Yeah, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Yeah. But very good. Thank you. Gotham City Comics says it's morning for me. As night falls upon Mount Gratu, the shadows grow deep and black, and a silent pall of evil settles upon the earth. Who dares to see? Who dares to search for what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to the nightmare of comic book organizing with Gratu Orloff. Yes, thank you, Oscar, the magical trash goblin. All right, so we continue to organize to see what we have. Watched like an almost 5-hour stream last night from Night Tiger Comics, all-star studded with Captain Strange Life and Graphic Man and
bunch of young collectors. These are people that have astounding collections of Golden Age comics. I don't know. I don't even know how to compete with that. Spinner X says, just sat down at my desk and saw you're on. Was in the basement filing some comics. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm doing. So, let's see. What do we got here? Batman 143. Here's Batman 129. What is that fucking shit playing in the other room? What? What's that shit? Sorry. Yeah, right. What is this? Okay, that was 129. Okay, this is before that, 127. Now, is that the oldest Batman I have? Could be. Here's 147. So I need to put in this Batman 142. All right. You know, I don't know if I'm going to show you all the Batmans right now. What I'm trying to do is get these books put in. Here's a beat up Batman 185 with no back cover. Okay. 185. Oh, I already have I have another copy that's in decent shape of 185. Now, this is an old-fashioned My Light bag. I bought a bunch of these in the late 1980s, and I still am using them from Lone Star Comics because it was the best thing they had for my older comics and my more prized comics. So I don't endorse this. It's just what I have. And then since then, the bags I've used are whatever my local comic shop has, which is generally the shittiest stuff possible. I know that My Lights too are the way to go and that they're superior, but as far as I know, I'd have to mail order them. And sometimes, you know, whether it's hard to convince my wife, you know, we're not going to eat this week because I'm going to get a whole bunch of bags and boards. So some of my books don't even have bags and boards because I can't afford it. So it's not that I endorse any particular type of bag. It's just what I've got, you know. It's just I go with what I've got, you know. It's so I don't mean to endorse something. Captain Strangelove was saying that Gratu is crazy about some kind of bag. I'm not crazy about anything, honestly. I wish I someday I'll win a lottery, and I won't win the lottery because I don't play the lottery. But my wife likes to play the lottery, so maybe she'll win, and I'll get some bags. Here's Batman 212. And I just do an episode. I've been doing episodes daily just as an escape from my mental illness, you know, from, you know, going batty. And if you want me to do less episodes, I'll gladly do that. I don't want to cause problems for people by doing too many episodes. 210. It's just something I do, man. I can't control my insanity. All right. So let me know, if you want me to slow down. Let's see what you got here. Spinner rack. Number of my old mylights from Bill Cole is split at the seams. I now use M2s from E. Gerber. Yeah, I mean, what do they cost? Gratu says he can't compete with Golden Age guys, and he whips at a bunch of old Batman. Yeah, these aren't Golden Age. They were showing stuff from World War II. I mean, they were the stuff they were showing. In fact, I was talking to Night Tiger Friday night. He says, "Here, I'll let you go on." And I said, "Well, I can't. I'd just be showing the same stuff I've been showing on Graphic Man's channel because I don't have that much." Eric Breen says, "Good afternoon, kids." Oh, I should probably, maybe people want to come on. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm trying to get these. Okay. Okay, so Brave and the Bold 100 and 101. See, what I've done is these are boxes of Silver Age books. I still consider this Silver Age. You may think I'm crazy, but DC went from 15 cents to 25-cent 52-page giants. They're not giant, but they're bigger. And for me, when they went from this to 20 cents, that's when the Bronze Age started. Simply because it's very easy for me to organize that way. So don't get upset because I'm not Robert Overstreet and I don't dictate. This is just my the way I do it. And as far as Marvel goes, when Marvel went to the strip across the top that says Marvel Comics Group and they went to 20 cents, that's when the Bronze Age started. So that's just me. And also I agree with Captain Strangelove and whoever else. The early 50s should be called the Atomic Age or the Atom Age. That the Golden Age is really the 40s and especially World War II. And so, in that sense, I really didn't have. I don't think I have any comics from World War II, honestly. When I was starting as a collector, those were so out. That was like my dad's generation. He would tell me, well, I used to read Captain Midnight and all that, but those comics from World War II, they're 80 years old. That's a tremendous responsibility. You become a true museum curator when you've got those books, and then I just don't. I've never seen them. I've got a few from the 40s, but I'd love to have that stuff. But 99, I just don't have much. 100, 101. Okay, Brother Power of the Geek, number 1. Oh, I was going to put that thing over here. Eric, if you want to get on, I put the link in the chat. And I'm sure someone in the chat can get on Twitter and send you the link. I don't know how to, like I said, I don't know how to do that. Brother Power the Geek. Captain, okay. Captain America 142, I need to put in here. Here's 117. Oh, okay, great. Well, I guess it's a slight upgrade. It looks like I bought 2 copies of 142. This is what I'm trying to avoid by organizing this stuff. So, if I don't buy all these things over and over again, well, then I'll have money to buy something different. Captain Marvel. See, this might be a mylight too. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I think it is. Captain Strangelove sent me a package of mylight 2s, I believe, as an AOK with some other stuff. And so, but I don't have a board for this. Yeah, because this feels a little bit thicker than those mylights. I, the thing is, I never really, always collected too many different kinds of things. Oh, I'm at work or I would. Oh, okay, cool. Let's see. Captain Savage. I was going to do a recorded broadcast, but my phone isn't charged and I can't do that. Captain Savage. Number 1. 3. Marvel. So I have 2 copies of number 3, apparently. Captain Savage kind of brings more of the Marvel kind of superhero kind of world into a Sergeant Fury type comic, and that they have Hydra in it, and Ben Grimm before he turns into the Thing. I have 3 copies of that. Is in a one of the issues or something. Challengers of the Unknown, number 61. Okay. Now this box is starting to get a little thick. 67. What is that? 4. All right. So I need to take some of these books out of the back of the box and move them to the next box. Let me make sure there's no other Silver Age books that need to go into this box. What is this here? What is it, Gratu? Mastodon Comics. I don't know what that means. What is it? It conquered the world. Okay. Oh, here's some more. Wait, are there more up there? Oh, boy. There's another comment. Just saying what's up. Oh, okay. Oh, I read it wrong. What it is, Gratu. And I thought it said, what is it, Gratu? Chamber of Darkness. Sorry about that. I was just like, what do you mean it? What does that mean? Chamber of Darkness. I was just frustrated realizing how little, how the bad economic times are really hitting, luckily this house is paid for. I was able to pay for it with cash by selling my old house. But that doesn't mean we have, this house was less than 200,000. So and we're not rich, and these are hard fucking times, and they're going to get worse here real quick. So and I'm thinking, well, why do I have such a shitty comic collection? But there's Daredevil. I mean, really shitty compared to my contemporaries, and I realized, well, what. I collected too many different types of things. I collected movie posters, records, different things. And then, there were mistakes I made over the years were expensive people coming into my life that took up a lot of money. Except we're supposed to refer to them as people now, not women. All right. Things just, I don't know. Just Daredevil 44. How exciting. Daredevil, yeah, but if, oh well. Here's Daredevil 55. Okay. Now, why is 53 after 55 got... Okay, here's Daredevil 53. And then I'm not showing you these damn things quick enough. Everybody likes... I'm sorry, I'll go slower. My wife pointed out that I don't let you see the covers. I don't mean to do that. It's just, I fucking feel like I'm dying. My left arm keeps falling asleep constantly. I'm probably dying. And holding up books, it's kind of a pain. 55. There's 2 copies of 55. Here's 56. And that's a swipe from a movie called The Mask, that head there. $80. Here's Daredevil Special number 1. Number 2. Okay. So that box. Okay, I've got this labeled Silver Age Comics Batman and DC Special, but I shouldn't have written that on there because already I'm moving some of the Daredevil into the next box. Oh, Mastodon saying something here. There we go, Chamber of Darkness. I hope the ship corrects after November. Yeah, I think it is. That's what, because I was going to a chiropractor before I left the old country, and so anyway, I think it's right here. The problem, some kind of arthritis, and it's affecting. I thought it was maybe circulation. That I probably need to have something horrible happen. Because I remember my father was always getting stents in his heart, and I figure he's probably about my age. So when am I going to have to undergo all that shit? And everywhere I look, I see floaters, and it's just like my vision's bad. I'm just fucking never been this fat in my life, and all I see is, hopefully after November, but it looks like they're getting ready to unleash more of it, so that they can keep everybody inside and do more, stuffing of the little, but we're not supposed to talk about that. I'm wondering, are there any comic book people that are on Rumble? Maybe I should switch over to Rumble because I sure don't trust YouTube. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, the overlords get a lance when you say certain words. Yeah. Okay. Well, this. Oh man. Okay. Here's some books we need to add to this box. Oh, this can't be. This isn't the first box. This doesn't have action in it. Or adventure. Okay. Here's Aquaman number 20. Okay. And damn it. Uh, 31. So I don't have that many Silver Age Aquamans, it looks like. Astonishing Tales. Number 3. That's a really nice cover. Okay, so I'm adding number 2 in there. So I guess I don't have 1. And I'm adding in Astonishing Tales number 8. Let's see, do I already have that? I'm sure I do. Yeah, I already have it. So let's add that in. And that's followed by The Atom, number 16. It's just in a shitty old bag. That doesn't mean I like the bag. It's just what it's in. 44. Here's 39. It's not even in a bag. And maybe it'll be in a bag soon. I don't know. I don't even know. I have no fucking idea where I can't get to an hour and 15-minute drive with gas prices like this. This Avengers 81 was sent as a prize Christmas contest from Night Tiger Comics. Avengers 81. So that must have been a couple years ago. Okay. Is it now? My copy before was this one. So damn man. So I don't know which ones. Damn you fucker! Like, damn you, son of a motherfucking son of a cocksucking son of a motherfucking son of a bitch. Avengers 81. This is the one I had, and this is the one I got. It looks like this one I got from Night Tiger's a little bit better. So we're building back better, ladies and gentlemen. Adventure 380. But the adventures are not in this box. So, all right. So, Spinnerx says, I like those dual panel covers. A lot of people don't. Well, those people are assholes. No, those are great. Who the fuck wouldn't like that? Everybody wants to be an art director. All right, let's get another box. I mean, there's probably other stuff in this box you want to see, and I'll show it all to you. Just let me get all this stuff organized. And once it's all organized, I'll go through and show it all to you. And the second Wednesday of next week. Yeah, the Silver Age, I've moved to all short boxes. This one, it says action to adventure. So, let's see. The earliest action comics I have appears to be 283. So that would tell me I don't even have a 10-cent adventure. I mean, action. Okay. What I was wanting to put in was action 354. Action 354. Here's 339. Look, it's a dual panel cover. Earth is doomed. Okay, 334. 349. 344. 334. 330. 336. That's a beautiful cover. 334. Okay, what else do I need to put in here? Action 412. I don't know how many hours I have left on the StreamYard. Will it just cut me off if I use up all my hours? I don't know. Don't remember. Yeah, this is 95, 402, 407, 412. Okay, now I got to file these adventure comics. I know. This is 380. So that goes 380. Here's 331. I love these purple covers. 341, 380, 380, 380, 350. Oh man, I gotta go to the next box. You swine. I'll show you these, and I'm going to go file them in the other room. 380. Wait, which one is this? 364. Maybe this is in this box. 364. No. This is 208. That's the oldest one I've got. Next one is 274, where he's on the teeter-totter with like a Sasquatch-looking idiot. 287. I got a lot of them, but need more. Okay, and then these two are... yeah. Okay, these two are need to go into that next box. Okay. Fucking hot in here. All right, wonderful. Monster X says his adventure comics are great. Okay. This box is labeled Adventure to Amazing Spider-Man. Okay. So we got Adventure 356, the first book that's in this box. But we got to get to 387. Here's 390, an all romance issue. Sean Goras says, I'm surprised no one's working on a Hunter Biden comic. It'd have to be X-rated. Love to see it with Tim Vigil art. I guess I don't know Tim Vigil. The crack pipe variant would be a must-have for every collector, John. Says Mastodon. Yeah. 376. 37. It's unbelievable what that family is like. But 393. Okay, 400. Looks like I need quite a few comics from this time period. It's 409. But that means I need 401 through 408. Okay, I need to get this Adventure 364 I showed you in here. Oh, Tim Vigil was Faust. I remember that. That was what, in the 90s? It's like a ultra gory Wolverine type comic, as I recall. 364. Yeah. I'm sure Moloch would approve of Tim Vigil doing a Hunter Biden comic. 380. Okay, so and there's a little extra room in this box, so that's good. So 373. Okay. This is my oldest Amazing Spider-Man. I don't have a very good Spider-Man collection. Here's 32. $55. I think I've got an Amazing Spider-Man to put in here. Do I? I could have sworn I did. It's so damn hot. Oh, shit. Okay. I guess not. I thought that name sounded familiar. Not a Spidey fan, but some of the Silver Age ASMs were amazing. Yeah. Sure. Okay. What in the name of fucking heck? Hold on a second. Oh. I just realized I closed the door to this room to keep Drew the dog out. And that's what was making it so hot. Is there's no air conditioning vents in this room. The door has to be open to get the airflow from the other room where the air conditioning is. So therefore, I was getting hot. Let's see what someone's saying here. Dr. Silveridge, hey there, Gratu and Chat Gang. Hey there. Okay. What am I doing here? Okay. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Detective 422. What's someone saying there? Happy Sunday, Doc, says Mastodon. Detective 422. Look at this. I got this one. At least I got that. Let's see. This is a cool cover. Even though I don't know how that guy there is aiming or how he fits in that building. 422. 422. .403, 424, 422. Okay. Falling in Love, number 77. What is that song? And the Happy Sunday back at you, Mastodon. Falling in Love, falling in love, falling in love. Doom, 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 doom. Fantastic Four, falling in love. Okay. Let me move some Fantastic Fours out of the box so I can fit more in. Okay, and 63, it's got a subscription crease, but see, this one doesn't. So this is one of those old Mylight bags that, again, I just have because I've had them since the 80s. It's not that I think they're better than Mylight too. So, okay, so let's get these in here. Fours, 7. Okay, so here's a copy of 78, which that's probably maybe that's a Mylar 2. I don't know. This is from Duncanville Books. It seems a little sturdier and it doesn't feel like an ordinary bag. This is just an ordinary bag that this one's in. It's 78. Okay, I've got a couple of copies of Fantastic Four 79. One's in better shape. 87. Here's 85. 87. I'm adding to the pile. And then there's 88. So that means, am I missing 86? Hope that's not some key issue that every asshole's bought up. Here's 94, my old copy, and this is a newer copy I've gotten. I think my original was probably better. 94, and here's my old 95, and another 95 I'm adding. Then I'm finally getting in here this Fantastic Four Annual number 1 from 1963 that I got from Eric Breen's store. Comic Book World. And then this is the back cover of one of those Fantastic Four indexes, but it shows the original cover that they were going to use for that annual in 1963, and then they changed their minds. So I'm going to file this in there with it. It would look good on a comic book wall if I had a comic book wall. Okay, so. And then I also have Fantastic Four Annual number 2. This is cheering me up a little bit. I forgot my Fantastic Four collection is pretty good, but I don't have any of the real early issues. And according to the way I'm filing, this is the last Silver Age comic because it's still 15 cents. When they went to 20 cents, then it became bronze, in my opinion. Yeah, this is, mycomicshop.com used to be Lone Star Comics. Do you see Marvel Comics Group? Do you look next to the P? Do you see there? It's someone wrote in pencil, VG, very good. That's what Lone Star Comics used to do in their stores in the late 70s, early 80s. They would write the condition on the comic. So if you ever see a pencil right in that spot, that's I sold them Dr. Silverade says I had FF annuals 1 and 2, but sold them. Kept from numbers on up, though. Number 3 on up, that is. Cool. Fantastic Four 63. Let me get that back in there. Okay, so now I've got to file this Fantasy Masterpieces number 5 in. Okay, here's number 9. Again, that's in a crummy bag. Yes, I need to rebag it. Oh, here's another copy of 5. So let's put that in there. Here's number 10. Fantasy. Here's 11. Okay, I had. Oh, well, I had this number 10 that's pretty good, except somebody had a tape pull boo-boo. And then this one is pretty worn, but they're all readable. And then this one that I can tell from the little green dot at the corner I got from Duncanville Books. So I got 3 copies of that. So I can keep the best quality one and sell the other 2, because I'm thinking of starting a store out of the garage, or maybe just do a mail order thing. I don't know how all that works. Dr. Silver says, I missed those 1 and 2 annuals, though. Wish I could afford those old Fantastic Fours, but not going to happen. Thank God for the Epic collections. Yeah. Great books right there, Gra 2. Wish I had focused on putting together an FF run between 1 and 100. Yeah, I never could do that. I mean, I got a lot of them. But yeah, the ones I don't have, I probably aren't going to be able to afford to get. Yeah. But it is what it is, right, man? Yeah, it is what it is. Flash. 173. Flash. What number is this? 156. $172. Here he is getting beaten up by hippies. Flash had it rough there for a while. Every cover, he was either dead or being beaten half to death. On a park bench, dead, being beaten. Yeah, see what I mean? Every issue, he's dead. It says the fastest man alive at the top, but he looks pretty dead. Let's see. Let's pull out a random one. Oh, yeah. Somehow the Flash. Just look at this. Every cover, he's dead. What was it the DC staff had against? Now he's like doing horrible things, Nancy Pelosi's going to get him, man. Nancy Pelosi was probably about 50 when that comic came out. From Beyond the Unknown, the gorilla who challenged the world. You should change that to a Joe Biden mask. From Beyond the Unknown. Fox and the Crow. Girls' Romances. GI Combat. From. Oh, look at this. Ghost Rider 1. Fox and the Crow from Beyond the Unknown. Okay, so I don't think I have anything else to put in this box. No, there's another flash book over there. I see it. Wait, what does it go through? Hawkman? Okay, that's... Oh shit, I got a bunch of books I need to put in that box, actually. Look, D-Day for the Flash. I gotta pull some books out of the back to fit these in. Okay, so set these down here. Flash 187. We went to this barbecue restaurant last night near a block from us. It was sure nice to hear this 50s and early 60s country music. That's so beautiful. It was Tammy Wynette and Patsy Cline and Hank Snow and yeah, man. Modern country music is just awful. But then all modern music pretty much is awful, isn't it? 187. So I say 185. 186. Okay, 187 goes there. Then I need to add in Flash 193. 193. Oh, there's 200. Well, I have two copies of that picture of that one with the Flash running from the Capitol. There's 197. I loved how his costume sprang out of his ring. I always thought that was cool. $203. I love this cover where she's being pulled out of the comic book world. $203. Nice. 200, 208. And then 204. Oddly, never cared for the Flash. I might have a half dozen Flash comics, if that. That's what Captain Strangelove told me. He doesn't really like the Flash. That's my kind of music, says Dr. Silverage. Okay. There's a beat up 10-cent Fox and the Crow that I think I got for a couple of bucks at Duncanville Books, which is a comic store I dearly miss. Sure wish there was a store like that around here. For Fox and the Crow. Beautiful purple covers. SpiderMan, Hawk and the Dove. Okay, that goes there. Fox and the Crow, 47. Forever. Okay, here's Fox and the Crow number. Damn, it's hard to read. I think it says 91. 91, 47, 49. Okay. Ghost Rider, GI Combat, Girls Romances, Girls Love would go before Girls Romances. And then we move into Green Lantern. This Popeye cover looks like my oldest Green Lantern, number 23. And this is a good one. That's a good one. All right. Then I have a couple of Hawkmans I need to get in there. Number 17. And this is being put into the overflow from that box. $17. I think that says 13 on this one. Oh, I have 2 copies of that. Interesting. And I bought them both at the same place. Look at that. Okay. Fantastic Four to Hawkman. Okay. Wonderful. All right. Can't find the H box. It must be this box. Just no. Or World's Finest. Here it is. I moved this box in here so I'd have something to show on one of Graphic Man's shows. And I had it turned backwards so I couldn't read what it was. Because it'll be like 15 minutes till showtime on Wednesday night. And I'll think, well, what am I going to show tonight? So I grabbed one of my old boxes. Monster X says Hawkman was one of my favorites, even though I don't have any. Have to get on that. Hawkman, Adam, Metamorpho. I love all those second and third tier DC characters. Same here, says Monster X. Okay, so this is House of Mystery to Marvel's Collector's Items Classics. This could be my oldest House of Mystery, 88. Monster X says Adam is great. Don't see much of him. Okay. So what I've got to do is get some of these books out of the bag and put some of these in. I need to have a backing board in here. Okay. Yeah, I think I showed these the other night on a Graphic Man show. Okay. This is, someone played darts with this, or see all the little holes in it. From a distance, it presents well. Presents well. I was studying advertising in college, marketing and all that, and then wound up switching over, becoming a teacher. But recently, everybody in the comic book community started to talk about trade dress. It's like, I love that trade dress. You know, I heard someone saying it last night. The way I was always taught that is the logo of the magazine. And I don't think I looked up trade dress. I don't think I ever heard that before. But trade dress is the overall packaging. So like Coca-Cola, you know, the hourglass bottle shape, the cursive writing, or all that. That's that's all the look of the product. So trade dress would be part of it, but it would also be how they do the price, how they have this bat here, how they have the words. It would be the overall look of the product. That's what I'm thinking. So I just always call this the logo, and I'm stuck on that. So it's hard for me to change. But if everybody wants to call that trade dress, I'm just never gonna use a lot of the terms like PC, because to me that acronym has already been taken by personal computer. I'll just say in my collection or in my archives. I won't say PC for personal collection. I don't like acronyms too much. 87. Here's House of Secrets 87. Is that my earliest one? Possibly. Okay, so I need to. Here's 98. And I need to get 94 in there. So I don't have many of these earlier House of Secrets. I got tons from the 70s, though. Invincible Iron Man #1 special. Here's a badly cut Hulk special. Look how they miscut the cover. Iron Man. Inferior 5 in Iron Man. I have 2 copies of that. Okay, then I have some Kid Colt Outlaws I need to get in here. Justice League, Okay. I guess this is my oldest Kid Colt Outlaw, 118. There's 120. Okay, 125. And I'm trying to get 124 in here. There we go. 124. Oh, and then I have 119 here. So maybe that's my oldest Kid Colt. No, 118 is before 119. This is 119. Is he transgender yet? All right, that was Rawhide Kid that became. Okay, he came out of the closet. Let's see here. Spider Silver Age. I still call it the logo as well. Old habits and all that. Yeah, but we're also right, I think. I never understood the term. See, like this shitty Dr. Pepper, the trade dress is the whole label. It's the way the bottle's shaped. It's everything. What is this now? I never, Cool Kid Colt. Let's see. That Bronze Age era of House of Mystery and Secrets is where I spent a lot of my time on the Bronze Age DC War and Western books. Oh, my wife. Better Silver Age, do you like this roller rink music? I think he was talking about the country music I was talking about, but baby, they're getting pricey. So that tells me what my wife is watching. So, at some point we'll go and have lunch or dinner or something. It's 2:42 in the p.m. Okay. Marvel Collector's Item Classics. So, those M books need to be moved into an M box. So, Monstrix, they're getting pricey. Everything's getting pricey, man. Okay. Just a moment. Be right back. All right, what's going on here? Let's see. Okay, I only woke up a half an hour ago from my nap. I'm trying to watch that thing I fell asleep to about the Law of War manual. Yeah. Yeah, including the refrigerator I just had to buy. And the 460 oil bill I just paid. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Joe's just a figurehead. He's just a puppet for a takeover of the country. That's yeah. He's just corrupt. Always has been corrupt, bribed, doddering old fool. But he was. There was a time when he was a doddering young fool. He's always been stupid, and he's always been corrupt. And they're using him as a puppet, and they want you to direct your anger towards him, so you don't see the real puppet masters. But you probably realize that. Okay. Yeah, these Marvel Collector's Item Classics are highly recommended because this is a much more affordable way to read these early issues, and superior to an omnibus because you still feel like you're reading a comic from that time period because it is a comic from that time period. It's still from the 60s. Let's see what's going on here. If he is he was chained to fix nothing. Yeah. Another one bites the dust. All right, wonderful. I'm supposed to slow down in showing these. That was 6. This is 7. Get a lot of fun. Whole Saturday afternoon of fun in these comics. You know, looking at these books, it brightens your mood in a way, and in a way it's kind of depressing because you realize that this is a time period that's gone. And if I was to collect Golden Age comics, I think I would be overcome with a sense of melancholy all the time because I would realize that these comic books were bought 80 years ago by some kid that took care of them because, you know, if an 80-year-old comic is still in existence and in your hands and looks pretty new, that kid loved that thing. Usually they were probably poor kids because poor kids tended to take better care of their stuff. They appreciated it, you know, so they could save it so they could read it again. Anyway, so there, any comic book from World War II, say it was bought by a 10-year-old kid, that kid would now be in their 90s. So it's all part of the Great Reset. Everything will just be fine. Yeah. Love those collector's item books. Square bound 25 centers, baby. People in the Netherlands are circumventing the grocery store and buying straight from the farmers. Yeah. This comic's the only things that keep me sane. Yeah. Well, it's kind of working for me, but cheese is starting to fall off the cracker here. 8. Here's number 8. Here's number 9. How about that? 9. Oh, 10. This is a beautiful copy of 10. It's in a MyLite, but I apologize for having it in MyLite. It's just what I used to keep them in. I'll buy MyLite 2s sometime. 12. This is in a shitty bag that I don't endorse either. 13. There's 14. All right. And here's Antifa guy shooting urine, spraying urine on the Fantastic Four. Okay, so what the fuck? What am I fucking doing here? world's finest. Oh, I see what I got here. This is a little Abner comic. I'm going to put this, this isn't a Marvel or DC. I'm going to put this down here with this sort of Golden Age type stuff. All right. Here's Marvel's Greatest Comics. It's got a date stamp of April 1st, 1970. See that? Mastodon says, I would really love to know the journey that some of these books have taken, the tales behind every tear, creaser, and blunted cover. Yeah. So my light twos are getting scarce. You want to know to get them for a normal price? I don't know why you see how much of a collection cartoon. In my eyes, you have a pretty doggone great collection, sir. He has way more than I do. Well, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's all right. Can't take it with you, right? Yeah, nighttime you're starting to talk about coffin books, It's like books that you'll put in your coffin with you. Marvel's Greatest Comics. 27. Where are the rest of these fucking things? Oh, there's some books around here somewhere I need to put in this box. Marvel Tales. And I started putting these Marvel Tales books in a separate box that has SpiderMan on it, because Marvel Tales, not in these early issues, this is issue 2, but most of the run of Marvel Tales, it reprinted the Spider-Man comics. Here's the new Millie the Model, number 169. Okay, Millie the Model. Mighty. Here's an older Millie the Model. Millie the Model. That is 892. And here's one without a cover. And then this one is 159. Look at the bands there. Baja Maramba. 180. Oh, I love that cover. What is that band there? Electric Soup. String Beans. Yeah, look at those bands. One's called Love, Love, Love. You see these fake band names, and sometimes real bands will take their names from fictional sources. Like there's a scene in A Clockwork Orange where Alex is trying to he's picking up these two girls in a record store, and on the wall is the top 10 records, right? And if you watch that movie now, you realize that 3 or 4 of those fake bands that are supposed to take place in the future were turned into real bands in the 1980s. I think like Heaven 17, some of those. Okay, here's 170. This is a comic I buy whenever I see it, but I don't, this is how many times I've seen it in my life, just these few ones. But shit like this would pop up all the time at Duncanville Books back in the old country. 175. Let's see what we're asking. Do I have Tales of Suspense 52? Which one is that? I have my coffin books already, childhood copies, but I'm not ready for the coffin just yet. I believe electric means laced with LSD. Yeah. I'm going to be cremated with my collection. One giant bonfire. My coffin books would have to be my Hulk 2 through 6. With number 2 signed by Stan the Man. Love those books, man. Yeah, wow. Yeah, see, those are books that have eluded me. Oh, boy. I love Not Brand X. But it's going to have to be moved from this box to the next box. Because we've got an infusion of Millie the Model here that I think were all acquired at Duncanville Books, 191. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to show these covers longer. Millie. All right, the new Millie the Model. Oh, you fuckers. All right. Black Widow's first appearance. Yeah, I have that. Because when I bought it, no one cared about the Black Widow. I have actually 2 copies of that. Mystery in Space 108. I love this cover. They're trying to create a new superhero, but he didn't take off. But boy, is that cover cool. Here's another adventure of this guy, Ultra the Multi-Alien. Nobody remembers him. I don't think he's ever been brought back. But 110. Somebody's got to remember him. Okay, the reason I'm in these Mystery in Space is I'm trying to add this issue, number 82, which is one it's got a rolled spine. It's something I got at Duncanville Books. You can tell by that dot, because they price their books according to a dot system. Okay. 82. This one's 96. So I guess 82 is my oldest Mystery in Space. You need to have an egg timer for showing your books right to keep track of the time showing them. Go checks on those Ultra MIS books. Yeah. Yep. 90. That's a great cover. It's something about holding it up. I guess it's uncomfortable. 82, 90, 90. Okay, 96. Okay, now I'm trying to get Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. number 7 in there. It's amazing how Samuel L. Jackson resembles the original illustration so well. It's like let's see. God damn, how many copies of Not Brand X number 9 do I have? That was something that I was so sought after for me when I was in elementary school, is Not Brand X. I bought so many copies of that. Anytime I see it, I just kind of have to get it. 5. Here's 6. The Jim Steranko cover. Remember the TV series? It looked just like that, didn't it? The S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show? It's amazing. What a great show. That was the first sign that things were really starting to get fucked up. That they weren't able to make that even like The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Like, how hard is that to do? Here's Not Brand X number 3. This wonderful Marie Severin art. There's the Mighty Soar. I mean, the way they treat him in this comic is more serious than the way he's treated in these new movies. There's the inedible bulk. And you have Charlie America with his trash can lid. I got a bunch of copies of that too. And then we're getting Not Brand X number 11 with King Kong. Little reference to Laugh In there. Number 11. Okay, that goes over there. 12. Okay. Shit. Motherfucker. God damn it. Let's see, what do people say in here? Would like to start a run of those Mystery in Space Adam Strange issues as well. Not Brand X is still underrated for its fun factor, in my opinion. Anything with Marie Severin is great. That is correct. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. That I have so many of. Is this Bonnie and Clyde? Because I saw a kid at school had, I think, an issue of maybe Captain Marvel, and it had a half or a quarter page ad for this comic. And all I'd ever seen of Not Brand X was the reprint of in Crazy, which was a color comic that reprinted this comic, not the Crazy that started like a year later. That was a black and white magazine that was a mad knockoff. Although when it first started, Crazy going off the Crazy magazine, when it first started, had a little bit of National Lampoon in it too, but it quickly abandoned that and got right in there, Worse Than Sick. This cover is fantastic. Number 10. The worst of Not Brand X. Just a great cover. All right. Marvel Tales. Okay. This tune was growing on me, laugh out loud. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here in this box. Looks like non-Marvel and DC. Oswald the Rabbit. That was Lee Harvey Oswald's nickname, Oswald the Rabbit, when he was in his Marine Corps basic training. Okay, so we've got some O comics and some P comics, which will be in that next box. Yeah. Wait, this is the box that has Metal Men in it. Yeah. What's my oldest Metal Men comic? Just curious. I guess my oldest one is Metal Men number 2. Metalman number 7. Okay, O Comics. These are Marvel DC. Oh, no, this isn't. There's a Roy Rogers comic. Dell. Seventh Voyage of Sinbad has some moisture damage. He later became a manager of a Safeway. Kerwin Matthews. Sinbad. Speedy Rabbit. Wait, what were... There's some Amazing Spider-Man comics, but did I file Amazing Spider-Man under Amazing? It seems like I must have. Why the fuck? I don't normally do that. I normally put all my Spider-Man comics under S. I'm going to be showing some Metal Men on Graphic Man's channel on the Fossil Show. Huh. Well, that sounds fun. Son of a bitch. Master of Mystery, the Spirit. Why the fuck did I... Do you guys put Spider-Man under Amazing? I gotta get that A box again. Okay. Alright. Fantastic Four. The fuck? Thor, a world's finest. Okay. Pulling some Thor comics out. Putting them over here so I can fit more stuff into this box. Alright. I assume that this box starts with Swing with Scooter, and probably the biggest mistake I ever made was starting to separate all these comics. I should have kept everything completely alphabetical like Overstreet does. It's made it rather confusing. But ultimately, I guess it'll be all right. This is how it's supposed to look, but you know, for those of you that saw the closing credits of this new Thor movie. Okay. Not Brand X moves in. Okay. All right. N-O-P. Okay. All right. Look at these Nazi giants. Our fighting forces. Pat Boone. Got a DC Pat Boone comic. Patsy Walker. Patsy Walker. Pied Piper. I'm sorry, Peter Panda. Man, Bear, Pig. I think about going strictly alphabetical with my collection time. Sometimes I may at some point. It makes it for amusement when Underground Comics are right next to comics like this. They changed his name when they reprinted these comics in the very early probably maybe 1970 or whenever these came out, to Peter it was a Dennis the Menace ripoff. But a good one. But then apparently, as far as canon goes in Marvel, that's really Peter Parker, and those are his parents, his original parents. Here's a Phantom Stranger, the Iron Messiah. All right, Peter Panda, Peter the Little Pest. I guess there are no comics that start with Q. Wait, there should be some R ones. Where's Rip Hunter? I know I have some Rip Hunter. I don't see him. There's Plastic Man, Menace of the Mad Mod, number 6. They tried to bring Plastic Man back in the 60s. Then it goes to Scooter. Maybe Rip Hunter is in another title. What Tales of Suspense were you looking for? Was it 52? Let's see here. They're in this box. Is the reason I asked. Here's Suspense number 26. It's not technically Tales of Suspense. This is a pre-code horror book. Here's the Tales of Suspense number 15 with Goom. Behold Goom, the thing from Planet X. Get back, run for your lives. Nothing can stop Goom. Goom. Here's Tales of Suspense number 54 with a little bit damaged top. Here's 52, yeah. And there's Black Widow's first appearance. And here's another one. What do these things go for now? Here's 65. I got a lot of missing issues, don't I? Here's 70. Yeah, this sucks, man. I have more than this. Where the fuck are they? Okay. Wait, Our Army at War. Oh, these books need to go in there. Okay, Our Army at War. I was thinking, okay, so after Not Brand X, before Patsy Walker, I need to pull more of these Thor books out then. Our Army at War. Our Fighting Forces. Here's Our Fighting Forces 117. Okay, then Our Love Story goes before Pat Boone. Our Love Story. And then Outlaw Kid number 4. Okay, Patsy, Peter. Phantom Stranger number 15. Here's number 10. Phantom, plastic. Swing with Scooter. Okay, here they are. Here's the R books. Ringo Kid. Rip Hunter 28. See, I don't have many. I would love to have more of these books. It's just I never see them, you know. I buy them when I see them. Here's number 3. All right, this book box is getting too tight, so I'll pull out some more Thors. Okay. Then Secret 6 goes in. Where are all the Sergeant Furies, man? They should be. This is strange. Secret 6 would be before Swing with Scooter. Tales of Suspense. Yeah. So where are the Sergeant Fury comics? Because here's one I need to put in there. The annual number 1 from 65. But I don't see the other ones. And Sergeant Rock and all those. There must be an S box. Oh, wait, Scooter. Oh. Well, Thor, Not Brand X. Okay, then there's a whole S box that has, because I saw a couple of Superman boxes in there. Sergeant Fury. Sergeant. Okay. Here's a beat up copy of Stanley and his Monster 111. Sorry. Yeah, because I have more Star Spangled War stories. They're going to all be in that box in the other room. Star. Plastic Man. That's that. This is the box. Oh wait. Sea Devils to Strange Tales. This is the box here. Let's see. PQRS Scooter. Oh. gosh. Oh man. Showcase. Oh no. What have I done? Okay. Here we go. We got the Sea Devils comics, and what we got here? Uh, I mean, if you want to sell, be spring of a man like males, blessing would be the main hero. She's displayed as a buffoon. They make Sergeant Furry now. That is not the message. I've seen mid-grade copies go for over $2,000 on eBay. Oh wow! Mandated if you were to take away the cigar likes. Yeah, that's ridiculous. eBay is crazy. I try to avoid it unless I can find a great deal, which is not that often. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Nah, it's them that's doing the wrong thing. Okay, Sea Devils. Okay. And then we've got the this is my first Sergeant Fury is number 3, not very good shape. Then we've got this is a fake. This is a J.C. Penney reprint. Sergeant Fury. See lots of Sergeant Furies. Sergeant Fury. Showcase. Silver Surfer. Spoof. Okay, I may have started to fix the problem. Okay, now I got Stanley and his monster, number 110, 111. Okay, now I can start combining these Star Spangled War stories. That's 124, 132. I'll show all these soon. A lot of them I showed back in the old days, but okay, Star Spangled War, 126. This is 133. 33. Okay, they should be Star Enemy Ace. So then it goes to Strange Tales. There's Gigantic Strange Adventures. So that's Strange Adventures TU. Okay, so Strange Tales only need to be in here. Oh. Then I could put suspense in after that. Boy. Oh, I see. Damn it. Okay. So we move these Wonder Womans over into this box. This era of Wonder Woman was set in this has World War II stories. Set in the Golden Age era, that for that period. Witching Hour. Moving these W books over. Monsters Dwell. Witching Hour. Oh, this Witching Hour #1. I didn't even realize I had that. Okay. So that box says World's Finest. There's X-Men. And here we got Tomahawk Thor. I need a board in this box. Just a second. Put these in the front and back of each box just for protection. So I'm putting the Thors in here. Hopefully they fit.
Hi, this is Dick Clark, adding this happy note to Donna Lauren's song. Relax, refresh, and enjoy Dr. Pepper. A fun-filled flavor and lighthearted. Not cola or root beer.
I got a lot of Thors.
Think of the difference for today's light and lively taste.
My gosh. 150. 147. 150. Okay. Oh. Damn you. Okay, the Thor books are in there now. No, I've got these Tales to Astonished. I gotta put them somewhere. Damn it. Do they go over here? Spoof. Thor. What's between spoof and... This must be where the Tales to Astonish need to go. I don't know what I don't think that's my first Tales to Astonish. Then here's some Teen Titans. And there's another copy over there that's beat up. Teen Titans. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then this is the divider that I have for Thor. This was sold in Lone Star Comics. That's the price on there. They sold it for $1.29. So it was the same kind of dividers they used in the store. This must be my oldest Thor, number 98 of Journey into Mystery. #101. I've shown these before. It was a long time ago, probably a couple of years ago, before they released the thing that made us wear these. Yeah, sure enough. All right, so all the Thors are in there now. What do we have here? Oh, some copies of Chili. Chili number 4. And Chili number 10. They need to go into the C box. And then these 2 amazing SpiderMan comics that need to go. Where did I put that amazing SpiderMan comics? Oh, well. And this one. These are the last 2 SpiderMan comics I got. But other than those few comics there, it looks like I got the Silver Age stuff straightened out. Now I still have that room of Bronze Age Nightmare next door here. I emptied out a short box of comics. It's now empty and now has been absorbed with the others. Let's see what people are saying. Let's check and see what's going on the internet. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Share. Then I hit share screen. Then I hit share screen again. Then I hit Chrome tab. Then I hit this. And then I should be sharing the screen. How about that? Okay, so let's look at what we got here. This is the show we're doing. Okay, so let's look at what we got here. Wow. So this is what the show we're doing. Like in real life. Let me call some of my friends to tell them. So let's look at what we got here. Wow. So this is what the show we're doing. Like in real life. Let me call some of my friends to tell them. So let's look at what we got here. Wow. Hey, how you doing? So this is what the show we're doing. Like in real life. How's the weather there? Call some of my friends. Okay, so let's look at what we got here today. Wow. How you doing? How did you do today? So this is what the show we're doing. Like in real life. How's the weather there? Call some guests. Okay, so let's look at what we got here today. How you doing? How did you do today? So this is what the show we're doing. Like in real life. How's the weather there? Call some guests. Okay, so let's look at what we got here today. How you doing? How did you do today? So this is what the show we're doing. Like in real life. How's the weather there? Talking about guests. Okay, so let's look at what we got here today. How you doing? So this is the shows like real life, the one that we were talking about, guys.
Yeah.
So this is what we're out here today. So this is the shows like real life, the one that we were talking about, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't understand you. You got to speak up. It's echoing a little
so
bit.
this is the shows like
What are you
real life,
talking about?
the one that we were
I
talking about, guys.
can't understand you. You got to speak up. It's echoing a little
So
bit.
this is the shows like real life, the one that we were talking about, guys. Yeah, so this is what we're out here today. So this is the shows like real life, the one that we were talking about, guys.
Well, let's see what we got. We got 12 people watching. Let's see. Yesterday's exciting broadcast has had 127 views.
But hey, once again, it's time for the Gratu Orloff Show.
11 people
live
liked
in
it.
color from Mount Gratu, Pennsylvania.
How about that? And then the one, let's see, 560.
On with him last night. He'd send me pictures of what he got. Well, did he?
Oh, that's where the camera fell on the floor.
The camera fell. God damn it.
Sure did. Sure did. Sure did.
There we go.
Okay. And then we had 559. Said 193 views.
Iron Fist number 4.
Let's see. Comic book store commercial. You ever see this commercial? It ran in a movie theater somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Here it is.
Cosmic Quest has one of America's largest supplies of Doctor Who, the longest-running science fiction show in history. Plus, Tulsa's largest inventory of Star Trek material and paperbacks. Also, baseball and science fiction gum cards. And role-playing games, including Champions and Starfleet battles. We carry a huge inventory of comic books, new and rare, including direct sales titles, such as Red Star, Vigilante, and Infinity Incorporated. Come in and see that comic books are a great investment for collectors, not just for kids anymore. We also carry original movie posters and can special order older posters. Come to Cosmic Quest, next to the Bowman Twin Theater. Bring your ticket stub for 20% off of all movie posters.
Let's see what else we can find. There's a cool comic book store from Canada from the around 19, let's see, Canada. Let's try 1970, see if I get it. Here it is, collecting comic books in 1970.
Where the Crawdad Sing is a record-breaking bestseller.
You know what was he writing?
Now,
See if I let that trailer play, it'll probably give me a copyright. What do you call it? Claim.
Memory Lane Publishing in Toronto's Markham Street Village.
Hold on, let me
The
back it up.
antiques are comic. At Memory Lane Publishing in Toronto's Markham Street Village, the antiques are comic books. Superman, Batman, Captain Marvel. And the proprietor is George Henderson, or as he's better known, Captain George.
I've been in business 4.5 years, and when I came into the business, the fad, or what you want to call it, was at its peak. But it's been going, I would say, since about 1951. But it was underground then. Now it's above ground. The people aren't embarrassed anymore about admitting that they collect comic books.
What would you classify as an antique comic book? What do the collectors go after?
A legitimate antique comic book is anything dated from 1945 to 1933. It's a legitimate antique because comic books themselves, as we know it, that sort of a comic book only started in 1933. So therefore, you know, an antique, it doesn't have to be 100 years old. It has to be near the beginning. So 1933 to 1945.
And just how much do they sell for these antiques? What do collectors pay for them?
Well, take for instance the Batman #1, which everybody talks about, everybody wants. I've gotten $250 for it. It's actually going for about $200 now, $200 for Batman #1, which was spring 1940. Superman #1, which was in the spring of 1939, I see low prices of about 125, but I also see where it's going for something like 300. It depends on who's selling it and who's buying it.
One avid collector is George Olszewski.
I collect old comic books because they're rare. They're interesting because they're precursors of the modern day comics that we have. And it's just sort of a collecting instinct. I like to have them. It's very interesting. Also the artwork in comics is quite exceptional nowadays. I have seen comic art which would compare favorably to engravings by Doré, for example, in his illustrations to the Divine Comedy.
Rare comic books are reaching such value that collectors are beginning to have trouble with thieves. But as George Henderson points out, sometimes it's hard to get anyone to take the theft seriously. Stan Ranton, CBC News.
All right. Oh, shit. Comic Tom. Why are they recommending that shit to me? What is this? When was this put up? 5 years ago? Stock footage compilation, comic book industry, 1970s. I think I've seen this. I'm trying to remember.
This is the first issue of Detective Comics, from which DC Comics was later named. It's published in March 1937. Fu Manchu, a very popular character, was on the cover of our first issue.
Welcome, big ones, to the big books, filled with color and action, handsome heroes, kryptonite green monsters, beautiful ladies. We're about to take a behind-the-scene look at the incredible world of comic books. Remember all those old color made you throw out? Well, yesterday's trash is today's masterpiece. This is a comic book convention, a fabulous fate where frantic, fanatic fans finally find that long-lost classic, where the price of a comic book may be a schoolboy's pocket money, or a millionaire's monthly allowance.
$7,000. I was offered 900 at the 152 and I turned it down. I don't want to break them up. It's a set. That's the first half of the issue.
Haggling won't help, pal. Take it or leave it. The man is heavy.
That's $1,000 a book. The books aren't even new.
Okay, that's what, 3,000? 1,500. 1,500. Nice. That is a deal.
Well, you know, I've been looking for these for a long time.
But conventions are only the tip of the iceberg in today's world of comic books. They become a big business with high stakes.
You know, criminals catch him, they put him in a vat of cement and throw him in the water. And he comes back as a specter, just like crime.
New York City, the Big Apple. Yep, here it's action, action, action. And the people never stop. That's the world of high finance for you. Yes, in these buildings, two huge corporations are battling it out right now for sales that total millions and millions of smackaroos a year. Is it ITT versus AT&T? Perhaps at the United Nations, the great powers battling it out. Is it NBC battling ABC? No. This is the battle between the comic book empires of DC and Marvel. They fight, compete, bash, pow, swoosh. DC Superman and Marvel's SpiderMan in a classic punch-out. It's the only time the two companies have worked together. Naturally, both characters ended up winning.
These the shots for the human fly? Right. These are the character sketches I had John O'Meara work on.
Great. Now this is the way he really is.
This is it in real life. Yeah. And this is the way Johnny's tried to glamorize it.
Great.
Tightening the costume.
We took off the cape. Watch closely, because the Human Fly, new Marvel comic, is about to be created before your very eyes. Stan Lee, the elder statesman on the right, and Archie Goodwin, are working out the shtick.
Who may possibly be the human fly.
Yeah, these, this is the pilot, the TV reporter. Let's see, we'll put this with this one. These are the characters who are going to be the candidates for herodom, if we can find out which one is the real human fly, right? I like the pilot very much. Yeah, she's a black girl. That's good. Stan Lee knows the importance of characters and stick. A pioneer of modern comic books, he's written over 10,000 comic stories. I think it's really great for the TV reporter. That was a good touch. Once upon a time, comics were about the cutest little animals. But today, when you talk comics, you talk heroes, superheroes. They come in teams. They have fabulous power.
Oops. I accidentally clicked on an ad. Anyway, you can find it. It's called Stock Footage Compilation, Comic Book Industry, 1970s. I'm going to have to record that. I would recommend this channel, FT Depot, to you. Also on YouTube. It's here. Because they have a lot of cool stuff. Scopatones. It's mostly movie theater kind of stuff. So if you have a home theater stuff you can play. Scopatones are really cool. They have commercials that played in theaters. Yeah, they have all kinds of neat stuff. So that's good. Also, this is good. Organ Jukebox. Lots of great music on this channel.
You might have seen
Unfortunately,
videos like
you
this
have to
before.
sit through. This channel is monetized. You have to sit through these stupid commercials. What else? Oh, Pirate Radio USA. I recommend this channel. Lots of great radio commercial jingles.
Spark plugs. Muffler doubles their life. How does he do?
And oh shit, let's hit this here. All kinds of old commercials and commercials for movies, radio spots. Actually,
This hand points the way to an experience human eyes have never.
That's not really a radio spot. That's just the soundtrack of the movie trailer. Let's see if this is a real radio. That was a ripoff.
Would you sign your own death certificate? You must before you witness the electrifying Night of the Living Dead and Blood and Black Lace. You must free the theater from responsibility should your heart stop.
You make a
Paralyzed
mixtape
in
or
fright
a
from-
mix of music. You can put these commercials in between the songs. And you can even use these old jingles so you have a radio station.
From WB it pays to listen, you see. 123 WB, Cincinnati.
But, also another thing you can do is go to Rumble, which is a competitor to YouTube, but it doesn't have the restrictions and the censorship and the fascist, communist Marxism that YouTube has. So one good person to look up on here is Mel K. And she, here it is, the Mel K Show. I listen to her like almost daily. And she does a good job of explaining what's going on in the world. This guy, Benjamin Fulford, is another good guy to kind of explain what's happening to you. Because you may wonder, what the hell is going on? There's really spooky shit going on every day, and the news is lying to you. Like, every word they say is lying. Another guy that's pretty good is X22. Both of them have been completely banned from YouTube. So this is these shows I recommend to you. But you may hate them, in which case don't listen to them. And yeah, I don't know. So it's good I got these books organized. Maybe I can show some books to you now that I've got these organized. Let's see this box. Oh, yeah. This is my oldest Doom. Fuck you. God damn you, fucking. Yeah, I see why people talk badly about my lights. It's just all they had when they were new. My Greatest Adventure. Yeah, that's all I had. This is My Greatest Adventure, Doom Patrol. I tried to buy as many of these Doom Patrol comics as I could. My friend was buying up the new art school Doom Patrol comics that were coming out at the time. I said, no, you need to get these 1960s Doom Patrol comics. You're getting the wrong stuff. And he says, oh, I don't have any interest in that. I want these new ones. I said, well, I'm sure they're great and everything, but the artwork isn't very good in those new ones. Look at how great the artwork is in these old ones. Anyway. It's now a TV series. We were watching it. We watched a couple of seasons. I don't know if it's still on the air. We need to get caught up on a lot of things. They made this character gay in the TV show. I don't know if in the art school version that came out in the 80s, if they did the same thing, probably. But yeah, this was a great comic. It was very well written. It's as good as anything Marvel was doing at the time. And it just yeah. So the Doom Patrol. I got tons of these. What else do I see? Lots of cool Fantastic Four comics. John Goris says, ever hear Our Interesting Times on podcast? Tim Kelly's the man. I don't know if I know Tim Kelly. I'll ask my wife if she's heard of him. She's more up to speed on all these alternative sources of news than I am. This is one of them. What is this going for now? How'd you like? I was showing you that. I was holding it over my. No wonder I'm beat. I feel beat up after doing these shows. Not that I'm thinking of selling it. Oh, this is where the other Marvel Collector's Item Classics are. Shit, fuck, piss. What is going? What? And Marvel Superheroes. This is a whole nother box. Oh wow. I knew they were here somewhere. In Real Screen Comics. See, now I've got more books that I need to add to these boxes. I didn't see this box down here with these other Marvel. Where is that box? There they are. Justice League, Inferior 5, Marvel Collector's Item Classics. What's the next box? Oh man, I'm starting to get a headache. Maybe it's this box. Witching Hour. Oh, it'll be here. Okay, excellent. That was easy. Okay. But they're not going to fit in here. I got to pull some more of these Not Brand X out. This is one of my favorite comics of all time. I highly recommend Not Brand X #7. I may have cornered the market on them, but seriously, get that comic. You will not regret it. Anyone else have some YouTube channels that you can recommend, or things that we can all there's 16. There's another 16. There's Roman soldiers. 16, 17. Oh, that's 15. Okay. 16. 15. I just put those fucking rights down here. Okay. There's 18. 19. 20. 21. 21. See, this was bought at Lone Star Comics back in the late 70s, early 80s. See next to the 21 in pencil, it says VG, meaning they determined that this is a very good condition. That's how people used to rate comics before they had 3.5 and 4. The CGC stuff. CGC had not been invented then. 22. 24. 25. I don't know if anyone's going to be interested in this channel after I get these comics organized. Will anyone even want to watch this? Because then I don't know if you guys are only here for the comics. I may just ride off into the sunset. I enjoy doing the show, but it seems like a lot of people don't like it. Not Brand Act 2. Or they don't like how long the shows are, or how often I do them, or whatever. 24, 26. Okay, here's 26. I don't know if I just showed you that. I currently have 2 copies. I only have, looks like I have 3 copies of this one, 27. It wasn't on purpose. Sometimes I don't remember when I'm out in the stores whether I have that issue or not, and then I buy it again. That's a great Murray Severin cover. And Not Brand Act 1 has a white cover, so sometimes it's hard to get it, real white. I've got 3 of them. I think this has actually gone up in value now. It seemed, or at least it was on the wall with a kind of high price at Duncanville Books back in the old country. Marvel's greatest comics are good along with Marvel Team Up. Only way other than the Epic collections to read those early issues without going bankrupt. You probably mean Marvel Tales, or for SpiderMan was also the reprint that went forever. Yeah. Marvel's greatest comics. Although Marvel Team Up's great too. It's new stories. 2067. I think Eric Green was saying he likes Marvel Team Up through issue 100. 29. This is a lot more affordable way to get this particular issue of Fantastic Four. Yes, for sure. Here's another copy. Yeah, I'm having to pull all these books out to fit these in, which is good that I just freed up a box. Okay, this box, I'm gonna put stuff in. So I take these things. I used to just throw these away when I got a new box, but they're good to have. They're kind of shitty as dividers, but I put one in the front, one in the back of the box. Here I've got. I'm gonna put 2 in this particular box. Okay, so putting in some Shield because that box was overflowing, so I'm having to put them in here. The Not Brand Act comics. Okay. There's Marvel's Greatest Comics 30, 32. Okay. 33. Oh, right. Typo. Marvel tells you. I figured. Yeah. Marvel superheroes. Captain Marvel. Okay. Yeah. 14. It's a date stamp. February 8th, 1968. Got 2 copies of that. That'd be cool to have a date stamp, which is your birthday and year. If a comic actually had that, that would be neat. Marvel Superheroes. 12. There's 15. 16. Monster X says the real Captain Marvel. This the Hootenanny? Yeah, this we were having a Hootenanny here. Well, real Captain Marvel as far as Marvel goes, yeah. I still consider the Fawcett character the real Captain Marvel. 17. People call him Shazam now. Shit. 17. 18. 19. 19. 22. 'Marvel Superheroes 23. 24. 25. 26. God damn it. 28. This is this is how you come on the show if you want to come on, which probably no one wants to come on. There you go. Let's see. 28. He's sending him with the 18-cent ray. You don't want to get hit with the 18. It's the lance that makes you worth 18 cents. That is what your life is worth to Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum. 18 cents. That's Klaus Schwab under that helmet. Marvel Superheroes 29. 31. that shit, man. Sure has a good journey in this. All right, that's great. Wanted dead, not alive. Okay, now these books have been built back better. They're now we can kind of here's Metal Men number 10. Here's number something. Can't read it. Metal Men number 13. That last one's probably 12 then. Metal Man number 17. He's getting married to this green robot. That's not very good. Look, but his mind has been clouded. You can tell by the little stars around his head. A fearful feast of suspense and thrills, featuring the most appetizing robots in the world, the Metal Men, the dinosaur who stayed for dinner. I have several copies of that one. Look at how cool this stuff is. Yep. Yep. I bring the limousine around. Probably going to go to El Vaquero Mexican restaurant. Yep. I'll get a Mexican cheeseburger. All right. See you. Bye. They're in. The new groovy breed of superheroes with super problems, says the New York Herald Tribune. The Playboy of comicdom, says the California Pelican. That must be an underground hippie newspaper. The campus craze that's sweeping the nation. Cool heroes, cool villains, cool plots, cool adventures, man. Comic book reading is in, says Michigan State News. The aristocrats of the Marvel world are the Fantastic Four, four healthy, attractive, and socially prominent young people, headed by Reed Richards, who is dull but very dependable and has interesting body-stretching powers, and his blonde debutante fiancée, Sue Storm, invisibility powers. Her brother, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, is the Marvel prototype of a normal adolescent superhero. The Thing, otherwise Ben Grimm, is Reed's old college roommate. The cosmic rays, which gave the FF their powers, turned Ben into a monster, and he is a trifle bitter about the whole thing, says the Village Voice. Definitely a hippie newspaper. It reprints stories in this format. How about that? This is ever heard of this guy, Edward Gein? He's America's most bizarre murderer. He looks like a friendly guy. It's written by the judge. It came out at the trial. There were skulls on the bedpost. Her heart was found in a saucepan on the stove. King danced in the moonlight, wearing the face, the breasts, and the hair of his victims. He's the inspiration for Psycho, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, partial inspiration for Psycho, along with the editor, publisher of Castle of Frankenstein. Anyway, not he wasn't a killer. He just had the mother issues. Yeah, there's some pictures in here you don't want to look at. Yeah, Edward Gein. Also Silence of the Lambs, because didn't he wear skin of his victims? The killer, butterfly killer, whatever the fuck that was. Yes, indeed. War as I Knew It, the battle memoir of Blood and Guts, General George S. Patton Jr. And then you can also read Douglas MacArthur's famous autobiography, Reminiscences, #1 bestseller. And they're thick books, man.
Why did you storm the Capitol on January 6th, Dennis?
There's a Frederick Wortham book. I've got Seduction of the Innocents, but somewhere here. And it even has the dust jacket. It's here somewhere. Unless it's not here. In which case it's not here. This is one of the two books that inspired the Towering Inferno, the Glass Inferno, and the other one was called, I think, the Tower. And they took two different books and they combined them into the Towering Inferno. That looks a little spooky now, doesn't it? But you haven't really thought of the Towering Inferno in the last 20 years since all that stuff happened on 9/11. Now you look at that image and go, oh shit. But the best thriller since the Poseidon Adventure, says Ladies' Home Journal. I take all my advice on what to read from Ladies' Home Journal. A powerful novel of public and private tragedy from the Literary Guild. Oh, everyone stopped watching. I only have 9 viewers now. Yeah, well, that's the way it goes, man. You miss out on the quality. Sure do. Yeah, man. Well, how exciting. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll keep going with this channel for a little bit. Maybe I'll stop. I don't think it's really appreciated. Get less than 400 subscribers, and it's just it's like I don't show the books long enough. I know shows are too often, too long, books aren't. Maybe I'll move over to Rumble and do it. If I move to Rumble and all of a sudden I have more subscribers, I'll know I'm actually being shadow banned by the algorithm. I don't know. I don't know. I shouldn't have even come on today. I'm not in a good mood. Anyway. So Lead Paint says, yeah, you're right. Maybe I should stop watching.
You need to just not pay attention to him. He's doing an Andy Kaufman routine. He's acting like he's just an Andy Kaufman routine. This isn't even real. You're not even real. Pinch yourself and see if you're real. You're not real. You're just a transparent mirage. You're just a figment of your own imagination, man. Yeah, man. Go away, man. Yeah, man. Who's out there? 10 people watching. Yeah.
Let's see. Hey, let's see what he says. John Millard. Hey, I just subscribed by watching all similar to Shoerack. Great times. Oh, cool. Yeah, should stop watching. Kermit needs a shave.
Are you fucking kidding me? I bet you think I use the wrong kind of bags on my comics too, you motherfucker. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you, lead paint?
So, how are you guys doing? What's Monster X say? That's because most other so-called collectors are just buying slabbed key issues. They're not interested in YouTubers that collect what they love. Yeah, but they have thousands of subscribers, millions of subscribers. I don't know. It's just there's a cool comic book neighborhood here on. There's cool people that actually love the comics, but there's so many of this. It's just like the people. Honestly, I love these comics. But honestly, I fucking hate what people perceive as comic books now. I hate them. I hate comic book stores. I hate Magic the Gathering. I hate Pokemon. I hate all these new woke comics. I despise variant covers. CGC, I'd like to smash every fucking one of them. I've got one CGC comic up there. If I knew how to crack it open, I'd do it. It's a Dick Briefer Frankenstein 5.0. It's there because comic collectors are supposed to have a couple. I have one. I don't want it slabbed, but I bought it from a homeless man. He sold it to me for like 40, 50 bucks. It's probably worth 3 times that, possibly. But I thought, well, I'll help him out. He was kind of a guy that had, a veteran that kind of lost his mind living in his car. I tried to help him out. And it seems like the stuff he had in his trunk, there was a lot of stuff I liked. So I bought stuff. I helped him out. He wasn't on drugs. He was a comic book guy, but he just kind of loopy. Wasn't able to, let's see. Oh, what are we talking about here? The fucking chat, man. Monster X says, only a handful of you guys on YouTube. And Spinner X says, you have more subscribers than me and you get more views than I do on my pathetic channel. See, things are looking up. I have thought about pulling the plug. I'm not going to pull the plug. I'm just doing a fucking Andy Kaufman routine. That's trying to be funny, man. Well, nobody likes me. I don't have any good comic books. Fuck me. Fuck me right in the ass. Fuck all of you. But I'll be like Comic Tom now. Yeah, these are becoming hot, ladies and gentlemen. Comic Tom. Whoa, where's my fucking cat? Come here, cat. So anyway, I love you this much. You have more subscribers than me. Monster X says, right with you, Gratu. I complain more than most people, as you can see. You do, really. Lead paint, yeah, I don't even have a channel, so you got me beat to hell. Why don't you have a channel? You would be great. But let's see. Comic Tom, it has to be a key issue, LOL. What is the fucking deal with the key issues? I don't know. I collect comics the way people collected comics in 1967, the way they collect them in 1974. I think like the Overstreet price guide, this is in good condition. This is fine, very fine, mint. I don't understand this, someone, I just don't get it. But so this is the comic collection that I've got. I don't think it's going to expand much. I could get stuff mail order from mycomicshop.com, or I could drive 2 hours to buy more. I can't afford the gas. We've got to eat, and we got to pay the electric bill and all of this. And now, did you hear this? Electric cars. It's like, that's your solution. What is wrong with you? Why can't you buy an electric car? Why are you complaining about these gas prices? Says the spokespeople for the White House. And now, people in Texas are getting these that have electric cars are getting notifications on the dashboard of their car. Please do not refrain from buying gas between 3 and 8 p.m. because the grid is overloaded here in Texas because we're using wind power, and the wind isn't blowing. So if you fill up your car with electricity, people think electricity is just free from the air. It might have been if all of Tesla's research materials weren't destroyed. Let's see, electric cars, LOL. Where are all the charging stations? Plus, they're twice as expensive. I've only seen charging stations, maybe one. But along the highway, yeah, where are they? I saw them at the Parks Mall back in Arlington, Texas. There were some there by the this Japanese store. It's like a Japanese 5 and dime. It's called Monster X. I don't know what it's called. I don't remember what it's called. My wife will remember. It's just very bright and white, lots of white light in there, and they have little cheap plastic things that come from Japan. I don't know what it's called. I don't remember. I don't know. Comic Tom, is everything wrong with modern comic book collecting? Speaking, here's someone that's everything is right about him and her, and that is wonderful Drew the dog. Here she is. Drew the dog has come to chew on vintage comic books. What are you up to, Drew the dog? I gotta watch you like a hawk. Oh, she wants to chew on my Dr. Pepper bottle. Plastic bottle. Comic books have become a commodity for many. Nothing more than an investment. Yeah, we fossils grew up in different times. No internet or social media. We bought for the love of the hobby. Yeah. Yeah, it seems that I watch these people going into flea markets, outdoor flea markets on YouTube, and they're thumbing through the comics looking for key issues, and they go right past comics that I would kill for. And it's like, oh, they don't care about that. They're looking for the key issues, I've got some key issues. I've got a lot of things that aren't key issues. The ones that are key issues, there's the Galactus trilogy and Fantastic Four. I've got the middle issue of the trilogy. And, if I had just lucked into it back in the late 70s, I probably could have gotten those other 2 issues probably for $20 or something. But I didn't. And now I'll never be able to get those. It's just impossible. So, but some little 25-year-old kid, I guess they're super rich or something. I don't know. I don't know how these people afford. I guess they have. I'm on a teacher retirement salary, so so it's not like I'm. But I guess some people thought to actually get a real job and not be a teacher, and therefore they can afford. It's like, God damn. These people are fucking. They got the most. Yes, Drew, you enjoying that Dr. Pepper? She always decapitates all Dr. Pepper bottles. Monster X says exactly. And then Monster X replies, we all have some key issues, but we bought them before there were key issues. Right. They were just, they just, an Overstreet guy, they say origin issue or first appearance of something. It wasn't key. And then there's the key collector app on the phone. That's what did we got here? Guy Jim Mint bought a 6,500 comic slabbed and was complaining that the seller sent it in a bag. Yeah. Yeah, Jim Mint. Is he that big guy? It looks like he would fight Popeye. It seems like, and he's got all these statues behind him. They're like $4,000 statues, and he collects omnibuses, whatever you say it, and probably doesn't have any floppies. They call comic books floppies. Yeah, I think he's the guy that I think is an associate of Comic Book Tom. Let's see, what do we got here? Some of these YouTube influencers are now capable of market manipulation. Comic Tom is when he says it's hot, then prices skyrocket. Kayfabe is another. I love them, but as soon as they, review something, the prices boom. Yeah, and they know it, and so if you pay them if you pay them, they'll tell you what books they're about to talk about on their show, so you can go buy them before they boost. But I've talked about, it's like even if you're the type of collector that we are, if we show something and no one knew about it, then all of a sudden there may be an artificial increase in demand. Oh shit. Hold on a second. She's chewed open. I thought it was an empty bottle. There's still a little bit in there. I need to get this wiped up. Drew, you impetuous young man. Okay. I'll be back in a second. I gotta take some trash out. I'll be right back. Okay. Anyone still watch? Oh, we got 13 people watching. It's like when I ignore the audience, we get more. Sorry, I gotta clean up some spill on aisle 11. All right. One moment. All right. I lost 3 viewers just because I had to go take a pee and clean up some poop. And let's see what people are saying here. Let's see. Lots of comments. Review something, the price is boom. Monstrix Comics says yes. Josh Millard says, and most of the key speculation is based off movie trailers for Disney shows and movies. Yeah, as soon as the show or movie comes out, those books go back down for to $1. Yeah, the current thing is Wonder Man, I think, from Marvel. It's like, oh, it's going to be a TV show or movie. We're going to go buy these books that were 50 cents, man. My channel is all new comics, so it sucks. No, Gotham City, you're cool. You just got to sell those comics, man. You got to put bread on the table, right? Exactly. So tired of that. I'm thinking of opening a comics shop, but I don't want to carry any new comics, so I don't know if that would go over with the modern idiots. Lead Paint says, I still haven't figured out the movie and TV show bullshit. Seems the prices go down whether the show is good or bad. Well, were there some good shows that were because the Eternals, the prices went down. That was Moon Knight. I don't know if they went down, but the show was bad. What else? And then with the Eternals, the Black Knight, also, people lost interest. And then they had Pip the Troll in the Eternals too. And no one cared about that because no one cared about the movie. It's just another shitty little thing, CGI thing at the end of a movie that people couldn't believe they sat through the whole thing. Okay, Drew, you're going to lick everything. We're going to have to call you Divine, man. Was it Divine? Yeah, Divine and her son licked everything in the house of their enemy. And so that those objects, everything they licked would turn on their owner. So they licked the sofa. So then when the people came back home and sat on their sofa, the cushions would throw them off the couch because they'd been licked by Divine. In the movie Pink Flamingos. You got to watch these fine films. Okay, that's it. Okay, I gave up on new comics 10 years ago. I do miss picking up my comics every Wednesday, though, and I just hunt through back issue boxes. That's it. I don't have back issue boxes because there's no stores here. Oh, well, but I knew that boob in here. Ha, 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 ha. I still read modern books. Not many, but a few. Marvel is no good anymore. Same. I usually have one pull book just to get the store discount and everything else. Right now, it's Marvel's Conan. Don't know what I'm going to get now. Eventually, Marvel and DC will go away. Josh Mard says, I will say this. I collect Batman and Golden Age, and in auctions I go to all the Marvels go for high, and I'm able to get some funny books for cheap. Yeah. Anyway.
the thing about this is there was a friend of mine I made on here on YouTube that lived in. I still feel bad about. I exploded on this guy on YouTube about, I don't know, was it a year and a half ago? Because he just kept. He was like a meek, mild guy, but he kept pushing, doing little things when he came on my channel just to annoy me. And I have a long fuse, and finally I just exploded. I felt bad about it, I mean, I don't want to be that guy. But sometimes people think, with distance through a computer or through a phone, that they can insult people and treat people bad. And a long old friend of mine from the 1980s was like giving my wife shit on Facebook, and I just can't hang out with, can't talk to him anymore because he's giving my wife shit, about when Facebook, when everybody kicked, deplatformed Alex Jones off. He said, well, they're private companies. That's the liberal line. They can do whatever they want. They're private companies, of course. He said bad things about that elementary school. Anyway, they just they parrot these lines that they're given by Rachel Maddow to say. And anyway, but would he give my wife shit if he was sitting on the couch in our living room, or is it just he has that bravery, that intellectual bravery through the fucking phone? No, I haven't talked to that guy in Canada since then. I mean, I'm forgiving, if he was to contact me, I wouldn't mind, but I was pissed at the time. I mean, it takes a lot for that anger to come out, but you push me far enough. And I guess what's bothered me last couple of weeks is I was on the Four Color Fossils show, and I was showing a comic. I never bought Transformers comics, but recently I found a Transformers comic, and this giant monster is holding up a truck, a BlackRock truck. And BlackRock, if you know anything about what's going on in the world and how you're being targeted for extermination, you probably know about BlackRock and the evil things they're doing. If you don't, then you're just not paying attention. But anyway, and I thought, well, BlackRock is in this comic, and this giant monster is about to smash a BlackRock truck, and one of the Transformers is defending BlackRock. And is that the same BlackRock? And apparently that comic was, according to Wikipedia, the BlackRock that's now doing all the horrible things to us, that owns all the media, and they're behind one of the shadowy organizations behind everything that's being done to us. I said, and I looked it up. Well, that comic was printed a year before BlackRock was actually formed, according to Wikipedia. But then, there's something we learn in comic books, and the villain always tells you beforehand what they're going to do. The Joker says, in the late 30s, he says, at midnight on February 13th, Judge whatever will die, and then, he tells you in advance. The Riddler, all the villains, they tell you in advance. The Zodiac Killer in San Francisco sends notes to the police. Jack the Ripper, they always tell you in advance. And you think, well, that's silly. Why do villains do that? Why do the James Bond villains? They have James Bond tied up, and there's a laser coming about to, castrate him. I think Drew wants to eat, or she's just mad about liberals. Anyway, so why? Drew, I was just kidding there. I know you hate liberals. Why do the villains always tell the good guy what they're going to do in advance? And you say, that's stupid. That only happens in comic books and in James Bond movies. It happens in real life. We're always warned. It's part of their religion. Now, whether or not you're religious or not, or believe in this stuff, she wants to eat. I'm going to go feed her real quick. I'll be back in a minute. But anyway, just the point is, they always warn us before they do something bad to us. It's part of their religion. They got to do it. And they figure, that you deserve it because you're stupid enough that they told you and they did it. and you're just stupid cattle that are slaughtered. You deserve it because you were warned. Just like they're warning everybody right now in New York with all these public service announcements about what do you do if there's nuclear? So the big one's gone off. So what do you think's going to happen? Like, come on, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, but they always warn you in advance. Where was I going with this? Drew, you distracted me. I was telling you this because why? Maybe they're showing BlackRock in this comic book, and then all of a sudden BlackRock really appears, and it's it from the comic book. They're good guys. Yeah, they're helping out everybody. I'll be right back. She wants a little snack. Right, Drew, you're hungry. So anyway, I see BlackRock on the front of a Marvel comic book, and I wanted to talk about it. And I don't have many people to talk to. I got my wife, I got my dog, the waiters and waitresses in the restaurants we go to. I don't know nobody in this town yet. The friends I have are online. They might call me by phone. I might talk to them on Wednesday night on 4-Color Fossils. That's these people I know. And so I go on 4-Color Fossils and I say, look at this comic. And then I was like, look at what BlackRock, they own every network. And I was reading it off my phone. And then I didn't see it at the time. But later I was watching a replay of the episode. And this person who I really love his channel wrote, stick to comics for FFS. And I said to him, what is FFS? She's, oh, that's for fuck's sake. So someone's telling me, stick to comics for fuck's sake. Now, I doubt that person, if they were sitting right next to me in a pub or something, would have said to me, stick to comics for fuck's sake. I mean, but over across an ocean and on the fucking chat, you can talk to me that way. I've had a lifetime of experiences. I don't want to be just some guy that holds up comic books, because that's ridiculous. I have I can talk to you about a lot of things. I can teach you about things. I could just, you may disagree with some of my opinions. That's fine. You may hate that I don't like slabbing comics. Who gives a shit? But
you don't, on the chat, you're going to talk to someone and say, stick to comics for fuck's sake. I don't like being talked to that way. And that's, I guess, is stuck in my craw for a couple of weeks. And so I guess I get more sensitive whenever anything's, since then, about things said. Let's see what people are saying here. I think it was you, too. Yeah. A Graphic Man says, what's shaking? I don't know much, Graphic Man. Gratu. Oh, I was feeding the dog. That's okay. That was an old message. So anyway, I just don't talk to me that way, man. Because I don't understand why people talk. They think they can, over a computer, can do that. But in person, I wouldn't talk to anyone that way. Just like, that's all you're good for is talking about comics. Just stick to that. Stick to something you know about. You ridiculous conservative fool. I bet you voted for Donald Trump. So, that is probably what this, I don't like being talked to that way, and I'm on there having fun, talking to my friends. I don't like being insulted, So if you don't like my channel, if you don't like me, if I'm bringing down the fun, well, I can just go elsewhere. I can just disappear. I'm not going to do that. But leave me the fuck alone. Because I don't like people treating me or my wife. You're going to disrespect us. It's just not cool. If it was like, all right, guys, come on, let's stick to comics, that's better. But you're going to say for fuck's sake to me? No, I may drop the F-bomb a lot on my channel just because I think it's funny, but you're going to say it in anger. And, but there's people out there that don't know about some of this stuff, and so whatever. Fuck. If anyone wants to come on, I'll put this little link real quick. And anyway. I don't know. I wouldn't treat other people in the comic book community or neighborhood. I don't like community. I don't want to sound like nerdrotic. And so I don't like the word community. It sounds like communism. Of course, he's right, but it's all right. Everyone calls it community. I'm not going to be a one-man wrecking crew. No, it should be neighborhood, because community just sounds like a commie. Who gives a shit? There's a bunch of nice people on here, but don't be pushing my butt. I mean, I'm just an old fucking guy that's mentally and physically deteriorating here, looking at these old comics, wishing the world wasn't, either wishing the United States wasn't in the middle of a Marxist takeover. But I don't like being treated that way. Okay. Graphic Man says, I'm there. You're where? You're there. I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere. Let's see. What does he mean I'm there? Where are you? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Entonces, Flibolosata, Nitialagota. Entonces, can't hear it, but I'm backstage. What? You're backstage? Where are you? Can't hear it, but I'm backstage. What? He's waiting to talk on the show. I don't see anything. Where could you be? Oh. What? Can't hear it, but I'm backstage. Do you think maybe I've used up my time and they won't let me let people on anymore? Because I'm on the free plan. All I see is myself. I don't see anyone else there. What? How many hours do you get if you're on the free plan? 20 hours? Or is it 10? Because if it's 10, I probably used all that up doing the substitute guest hosting. Can't hear it, but I'm backstage. Here, I put the link. Oh, it's a different link. The link must have changed. Okay, Graphic Man, get off of there, and I just pressed it, and the link is different. That's probably why no one's showing up. Because does the link change during a broadcast? Because look, it was this, and then I clicked on it again. Now it's that, and that's different. Panyun Payai. So yeah, type in G2 Panyun Payai. Oh, there he is.
Hey, there it is.
There you are. Yeah, it was the wrong link. That link was what worked at the beginning of the show, supposedly. That's weird. So what's up? So how's you're hosting obviously this week. You're back.
I didn't plan to be on, or I would have worn a much better shirt than this.
Oh shit! Oh shit, Drew. Hey, come here, Drew. Let me show you something. Come here, Drew. Come here, Drew. Who knows I'm tricking her? Drew, you gotta be cool. Drew was thinking about chewing a Star Trek tracer gun, but she's not going to do that now, right, Drew? So anyway, yeah. So
I've been listening to what you've been talking about, and me and the other guys, we talk about stuff more than just comics. It's pop culture.
Oh yes, of course.
That's what we're definitely.
I talked about that BlackRock thing. There's a person that puts the comics, for fuck's sake, and he's someone I love his channel. It's like I've really hurt my feelings that this guy is like, it's like, God damn, I'm sorry. I didn't see it till later, and then it's just kind of stuck with me, and then I get real sensitive about,
Yeah, you don't have to name them here, but maybe sometime.
Shit, no, I'm not going to name someone. I'm sick of
maybe sometime down the road, tell me who he is. I'm kind of curious off the air, but.
Oh yeah, maybe I don't know how to do private messaging. I'll tell you here in a second.
Yeah.
I gave kind of hints about being in a pub and stuff, but anyway, I don't know. It just kind of hurt my feelings.
Sure.
I understand. It's like, well, that's all you're good for is to talk about comics, and it's like, oh, well, no. I mean, I know a lot about a lot of things. I can. I'm just going to hold up comics, and then I don't even do that well. My wife was pointing out, along with a lot of other people, how shitty I do that job. So it's like I can't even do that well. The one thing someone wants to see is for me to hold up comics that I didn't make. I can't even hold them up long enough. So.
Nah, we're more than just comic guys. Just yesterday, I was having one of what we're doing. I was having one with Dr. Silver Age.
Oh, I was watching it.
Off the air.
Oh, off the air. No, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's kind of getting ready to start doing some streaming, and I was showing him a few things, just in a little private thing where we weren't live or anything.
Yeah.
And he's asking about what other things do we collect, and I got to think, well, I got all these, crazy autographs.
Yeah.
And I was just telling them stories about, there's Andy Robinson. He played Alien in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, but Dr. Silverage would know him better. He played the Scorpio Killer in the Clint Eastwood movie Dirty Harry.
Yes.
And I found myself, I'm standing next to him in an elevator in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I got all these little crazy stories that I'm telling him. And so one day, I might be on his show. We might be talking about silly little autograph stories.
Yeah.
that was certainly more than comic books. You remember the original Battlestar Galactica '78?
Yeah.
There's the black guy who played Lieutenant Boomer.
Right.
I bump into him one day in Kansas City, and I didn't have anything with me, but I was scheduled to go see him in Tulsa. And I said, "Hey, I'd like to get your autograph. I don't have anything with me. All I had was a 6-pack of Coke." And I said, "Do you drink Coke?" And I gave him a Coke. And I said, "I'll see you in Kansas City or Tulsa." So later that year, I go, "Hey, you remember me? I'm the crazy guy that gave you a Coke." So, these are just dumb little stories that only a handful of people would care about. But we have more things to talk about than
right.
comic.
Yeah. So I just don't like people thinking because there's a distance that they can be rude. And
Exactly.
I wasn't coming across that way with that guy in Canada. You were there for
Sure.
that, but
but
he had pushed a lot of buttons for a long time until I'm not normally like that, and I shouldn't have been that way. But at a certain point, Drew, you gotta stop. I have to get Drew out of here. Come here, Drew. Anyway, yeah. So, so how many more nights on Wednesdays are you gonna have to work?
Oh, I'm done. Hopefully for good.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. In fact, I think they're going to soon shut down the night division where I work come September, and that will never happen again. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So that was all right. Well, that's cool because I don't know. It's I think
they're going to be
a better host.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but the first a couple of times ago you were covering for me. I tuned in a little bit, and Night Tiger joined you, and he's on the road driving.
Yeah,
and he's holding up books while he's motivating down the road. And I thought, oh my goodness, we don't exactly encourage that while people are driving.
Did I say anything about that? Like, I'm pretty sure I said something like that. It's like, you imagine a trucker.
No,
it's just holding up comics and just there was a horrible story I heard in Lone Star Comics when I was a little kid. When Lone Star Comics had first opened, this is probably 78 or so, and I'm in there just looking at comics, and they're talking about a horrible accident that had happened involving a car, truck, van, whatever, that was filled with Golden Age comics. And they're talking about, I guess they weren't bagged. They're talking about cleaning blood and hair off these comic books. So those of you that are Golden Age collectors, if you ever get some comics with brown stains on them, because you can't just throw them out because they're, then they would have been 50 years old. But it's like, I don't know. I remember hearing that story and I'm thinking, oh my God, what would you do? And it's like, I don't want to hear this story. That's the kind of stuff you hear in comic stores sometimes. Sorry, I don't need to bring down the.
No.
But anyway, so
on some horror comics, that almost might be appropriate. But yeah. Maybe not on Mickey Mouse, but
oh yeah, sure. But let's see. My light came undone. So God darn it. So
the fossils will be back in full swing this Wednesday. We will have Time Travel Comics join us.
Oh, cool. I assume Metarog's going to be on because he's the poster child.
No, he's out of town.
Oh, okay.
And,
sorry.
And I've kind of to spoil it a little. I've kind of given everybody nice little hairdos.
Oh, you mentioned that last night, so I figured.
Yeah,
I figured you hadn't just done it to him.
Oh, I mentioned it on. I guess I sure did. Well, I'm slowly letting cats out of the bag. So I can't keep secrets. So
yeah. So what I was doing today is I was just trying to get all these Silver Age comics, which I don't have that much organized, and so that's what I've been doing on this live stream. It hasn't been probably that exciting, but yeah, I don't know.
Man, you guys had some amazing stuff last night.
Night Tiger sent me an Instagram thanking me for coming on. I told him, I thank you for letting me on. I felt like I was the little boy invited to the high school kids swimming pool, and I just stayed off in my little corner, behaved myself, and just kept quiet. And I was just glad to be there, because although I could, show a golden age every now and then, those guys had the ones where the hero was beating up Hitler, and they had the sexy books, and I basically had, look, Gene Autry.
Well, I always thought that Golden Age is something that was not reachable for me. And when I would see them at conventions when I was a kid, they were all guys that were in their 60s that were the kids that bought them when they were new, and they would trade amongst each other. And so it might be, in theory, a $10,000 transaction, but there's no money exchange. They're just trading comics. It seemed like if you weren't there at the time, you can't get into that unless you're Nicolas Cage or some movie star or rock star that's won up millions, and then maybe you could get into that. It seems like a lot of these Golden Age comics aren't as expensive as I thought, but even then, $200-300 on a comic is right now. I got to get a lawnmower because we had to leave our lawnmower behind, and the lawn's starting to look bad, and I can't. I'd love to collect more, but Night Tiger called me the night before and talked for a while and showed me a lot of these. He was opening up all these packages while I was talking to him, and pulling out all these amazing comics and sending me pictures of them. I said, "Why don't you do this on your show? Open the packages." He says, "No, I just got to see them now." Yeah. And he said, "Well, I'll give you a link tomorrow to come on." And I said, "Well, I don't think I've got much cool Golden Age, and what I have, I've already shown, on the Graphic Man show." And if I'd come on, it would have been very weak. But that guy, Comic Collector Geek, he must be a neurosurgeon or something. It's like I've got a complete run of this and that. It's like, holy shit. Are you Richie Rich? And then that other guy, I don't remember his name, with the shaved head, bald head. He strikes me as a doctor. I think he mentioned that or something. I don't know. He's these people that have money, and I'm just on a retirement. So these are big time collectors, man. Wow, I'm really impressed, and it's important because the people that amass these comics, they're not going to be around, and it's like there needs to be younger people. I don't think most young collectors have any interest, and they probably think those are just ugly and stupid looking, and there has to be some young blood to take care of these things. They need to be. There's very important history that needs to be preserved.
I lasted about 3.5 hours. He went a good 4.5.
Oh, I stuck with it, much to the chagrin of my wife. She was not.
Near the end, Man Cave Comics came on. About a year ago, I heard Man Cave give advice to somebody, because somebody asked him, "How do you get all those Golden Age?" And Man Cave told him, "You could do it too, but you would have to sell your Silver Age." And that guy had a lot of SpiderMan. And I'm thinking, could I get rid of my silver and bronze? And I love them too much.
No, I'd get rid. Maybe what Night Tiger's done recently is he's gotten rid of everything from 1989 and up, except for a few sentimental things or things that were gifted to him. But those aren't that valuable.
No.
I don't know. It's something that has to be done. I just hate to see them slabbed. But when those World War II comics, I was just realizing, when a few years ago, it just seemed like World War II was 50 years ago. Then it was 60 years ago. Now it's 80 years ago.
Yeah.
Because, I remember, World War II guys, those were like, like my dad was almost a World War II guy. He was in junior high school, just born a few more years before he would have been in World War II. And so you start realizing World War II was a long time ago. And then there's a sense of melancholy I sometimes get about these comics, and you realize the original owners love these comics and they preserve them, and they're no longer here. And then it's like, because these comics were not just somebody's, like some of those comics they showed last night look brand new.
Yes.
And they're 80 years old. And it's like they were, and I'm just imagining who keeps a comic book like that? How was it kept? There weren't bags and boards. These were kept preserved for decades. And usually, there was a librarian at my school, and he collected old Western toys, and he was into all the same cowboys that you are. But he was older than me, but by a good, probably 20 years, he kept all his toys in mint condition because he was poor. He kept everything, the box, everything just perfect, because it was, a rich kid would have just tossed the box and destroyed the toys. But it was like, this is sacred because I got this, and my parents worked hard to get it. And so I think those comics that were saved were loved. And, so you just think of all the generations those comics have gone through. They weren't just passed down from the dad to his son or whatever, and then they trashed them. Somehow because that's a lot of years, 80 years. And I realized, it's just it's some. Andy Robinson, my good friend Tom Ranoni, that I talk about sometimes, that was when Hollywood worked. He when I met him, he all he would talk about was Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, The Who, and Andy Robinson. He worshipped Andy Robinson.
Really?
I had seen Dirty Harry a bunch of times. I didn't know the name of the actor. He didn't just know the name of the actor. He knew every line, could do it, which is kind of psychotic. He memorized every line. He could do it perfectly. Every motion from Dirty Harry, which is, for those of you that don't know, Dirty Harry is based on the Zodiac killer in San Francisco, who was never caught, or they don't think was ever caught.
Yeah.
Dirty Harry was caught.
I may have called him the Scorpio. You may be right. It may be
he is Scorpio. It's Zodiac. You'd call him. He is Scorpio, right? The Zodiac, and it was the real guy.
I've only seen it once.
Okay, the Zodiac killer was the. I saw it so many times before and after I met him, because that was like one of his favorite movies. And of course, he later, I think, worked with Andy Robinson, and of course, I'm sure, entertained him with his perfect impersonation of every line, including lines. Some of his lines are very, they're horrible, because he's like this. He says horrible things. He's a killer, and so he knew every line. So Andy Robinson. That's weird that you mentioned him. And then he also played Liberace on a TV movie. But I forgot he was in one of the Star Trek shows.
Oh yeah, and did a great job too.
Yeah, I think he passed away a few years ago. So have you acquired any new comics?
Yeah. Yep. I'll be showing them in the weeks to come.
Okay. Are you through mail order or through a store or something?
Some that I've worked for at the place I work at, and a couple of nice ones got through the mail, through eBay. eBay's getting better, I've noticed, just a little better.
Oh yeah.
So I ventured out that way, but I'll be showing this FF annual, and I'll be talking about that Wednesday, because this Wednesday will be our annual. And I call it our annual because it's about a year ago that you, me, and Eric Breen started talking about pop culture. And we were soon joined by Charlton 66 and Meyer Greenblatt.
It's only been a year?
It's about a year and a month.
What? That seems like it's been a couple of years.
And I thought, we need to do what Marvel did. Marvel would put out an annual.
Yeah.
And annuals were pretty cool.
Yeah. I was just
later on annuals they try to be cool. This one was cool.
Yeah.
But by the time you got to FF Annual 10, well, it's just a reprint of FF Annual 3. They were pretending to be cool, but
yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at that issue earlier today. Yeah, I've got that. Let's see. Lead Paint says, I've been there since the beginning, fellas.
Yeah, he probably has. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Then we were joined by Dr. Silver Age, and then Jambo soon joined us.
Yeah.
And then Captain Strangelife came and gave us credibility, basically. And the fossils were born.
Yeah. Yeah. For a long time, I couldn't get on at the beginning because I couldn't get home in time. But now I have no excuse.
Oh no.
I need to. I don't know if I should open a store or a mail order thing or sell online, or if I should do substitute teaching. I got to do something because we're getting it's starting to really hurt. We're starting to get. I mean, we don't have a mortgage payment, but everything else is, and I don't really have that much of a gas bill, but I guess because I don't drive that much, but everything else is hellacious. And they don't have competing electric companies like where we used to live. So, they'd have to bring their prices down, or maybe it's getting horrible everywhere with the current attempt to bring our country down. But it's like we had a $700 electric bill. So she went on average billing, but it's still going to be kind of high.
I don't know if it'd bring in much money, but I have noticed every now and then you talk about finding a couple of duplicates running around.
That's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get all these comics organized and then bring them in here and organize them with them. And then, that's what I'm thinking, is I've got multiple copies of some books and then I could sell those. And
I was wondering, to help speed that process up, if you had a little small box off to the side, because you're discovering these every day. And if you visually confirmed, yes, I really do. I'm seeing both of them side by side. I really do have two of these. I will go ahead right now and put this one in that way. I know starting today, I can start taking offers for that. Now, maybe $1, maybe $5.
Yeah.
But by the end of the week, you could have $20 that's going to be coming in a mail envelope.
Yeah.
In 3 days, I don't know if that's going to help or not. But
I find, like, let's say I find 2 copies out there, then I bring them in here, and maybe there's another copy or 2 here, and then I've got to decide. I need to get them all together before I can really decide what's the best copy. And then if it's a childhood copy, I got to keep that. And then and I don't know, if I've got a newsstand and do I need to keep both? I don't want to get too. You can easily what do you call it? What is the stupid mental disorder that almost all of us have? It's called, where you wash your hands too much. What's it called?
Like that guy Monk, he has got way too.
I guess, but what is it?
Yeah.
Or something?
I don't know. OCD or
OCD, because I don't want the OCD to hit me, because that's what all the just about every comic collector is an OCD person, and so I'm trying to avoid that. Graphic Manifestation fossils. No, I'm sorry, Graphic Man. I am a fan of the fossils, and I've been meaning to tell you from Mansfield, Missouri. Is that near you? I live.
I
Oh
think
no, no,
so.
I live elsewhere now. But just letting you know that even the locals like four-color fossils.
Well, good.
OCD. He's from check.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Josh, good to know you. Yeah.
So it would be cool if we could have a four-color fossils, like they could all meet. Because I don't know how many people. I mean, you're not close, but you're somewhat close. And Meyer Greenblatt mentioned about the flights.
Yeah.
I don't know. He saw that flights were cheap, and then possibly Captain Strangelove could come back. We get like a handful together. This movie theater that's a block from me will let you rent the theater for I think $200 for a night, and you run whatever you want in there. Maybe we could have like a little small convention or something. This three-car garage. Apparently, the previous owner of this house was an auctioneer, and I was talking to the veterinary assistant. She said that he would auction antiques there, and then once a month he would auction exotic animals. So thinking, people know this place as a place where you can go and buy things in that garage, and so maybe I could. But the garage, it's very humid in there, and it wouldn't be a good place to store comics.
I do know that 3 of the fossils are in Kentucky. So I was thinking, Lead Paint there in the chat, he could probably host us in St. Louis. And
well, I was thinking if everyone came here, but
yeah.
I don't know. Kentucky I don't know how far that is from here. That was a place that I was wanting to move to. I mean, I was looking at Kentucky and Virginia. We were looking at all kinds of, even Missouri. We'd find amazing places, but we wound up here, and I think this is a safe place. Whenever
I do too.
they do whatever they're about to do, they're starting to have public service announcements about in New York. You've heard about that?
Oh yeah.
What are they exactly up to? The monkey stuff, and lately it seems like everybody. You had it.
Howler's getting over it. Yeah.
He's getting over it. Everyone I see, the friends online, my wife's family, they all have it. My friends back in Texas all have it. I didn't know anyone hardly at all. One person that had it when everyone was wearing these. Now when no one cares about it and everyone's getting it, but apparently it's kind of like, I guess it is kind of bad. I don't know if I had it. I thought it was a bad cold. About the time that I first moved here, when Captain Strangelove was here, if I had taken a test, would it have been positive? I don't even know if the tests are accurate, but
I would imagine cold. I would imagine you've had it. You may just not have known it.
Well, if that was it, then it was. I've been a lot sicker. I had pneumonia once. That was horrible. I didn't have I don't know. I didn't lose my sense of taste. That's for sure, because I was still gobbling down cheeseburgers all through it. Did you lose your sense of taste?
Yes, I did. Lead Paint says, "Come on over." Yeah. You know what I lost? I lost the love of hamburgers.
Oh shit, that's terrible. That's the worst disease ever. And and then the brain fog, I've got that all the time anyway, so that wouldn't be anything different. But I don't know how bad. Did you have that?
I had that for about a week and a half. Yeah.
What does that mean? You just can't concentrate, or
you can't. You just when you get up out of bed and you just sit there and you go, I was going to go do something, and what in the world was I going to do? And that's all you think about.
That's my everyday reality. Maybe I'm patient zero. Maybe it all started with me. I think I probably had it. Everybody's going to get it eventually. The only way humans will be able to build up resistance to it.
Yeah.
Until they invent the next one.
And I was thinking we should have done that way back in 2020. We should have just said, okay, let's just brace for it.
Yeah,
but that wasn't allowed. We weren't allowed to think that. No.
That was the whole point of it, is to see.
Well, we better get back to comics, Gratu. We better get back to comics.
For fuck's sake. Yeah. So Well, look, World of Archie.
Ooh.
This is actually very recent. It's got an ad for the Sabrina show in the back. This must be
Wow.
something I got very recently. Why did I buy this? Oh, it has some old reprints in it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish I could. I don't know. I can't really do anything because the price of gas. I'd like to drive to Des Moines and see what these stores are like, but we don't have any. We're already borrowing money from this and that to pay to eat. And
Hey, Justin says he grabbed what you just showed because it had a lot of Jughead in it.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I'm missing the comments here.
Yeah.
Keep
Colorado.
Colorado. Yeah, that's the place. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize the humidity here, man. I empty the dehumidifiers in the basement. There's two of them. I empty them twice a day, and they're filled with water. It's like shit. So I don't keep comics down there. No, only Jughead titties, titles anymore.
Titles.
No,
Yeah.
okay. Titties. I knew it said titles. It was trying to be funny. So I don't know. So
you've been on this thing for 4 hours, man.
Yeah, how many hours am I allowed a month with the free plan?
20.
And on so I did 2 live streams, and does it start when does it start and end?
When you signed up. So
no, I mean I didn't sign up. I mean, like did the 20 hours start on the first day of the month?
The day you started, when you pressed go when you hit go live, the day you started streaming, they considered, okay, your month has started.
I see. All right. Yeah. Well, I remember, I don't know. I did 2 of your streams for you, and those were, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours. So, and then, I probably got a few hours left. Man, Bear Pig just says he has a period.
That's a deep thought.
Well, men can have periods too. Let's see. Titles, LOL, keep your mind on comics.
Yes.
Titles, okay. For fuck's sake, you got to add FFS just for dramatic effect. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, everybody's gotten it. Seems like recently, So, yeah. So, did you watch the whole streams of the ones that I did?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if it got profane or not.
Who was helping Eric get on? Do you know? Or
there's no telling. It might have been one of his puppet friends, or there's all kinds of people. I appreciate when people do that. I don't know how to get the link to Twitter. I'm not sure why his phone or computer won't let him click on the link in the chat. And then, of course, then people would say, well, I didn't know the show was on Wednesdays. Like, it's always on Wednesdays.
Always on Wednesday.
That's like, it feels like Charlie Brown. Oh, yeah, I was washing my hair.
Yeah.
I had no idea you'd be doing a show on Wednesday. What? When have you started doing that? Yeah, we got to find a church here. We've got to, meet more people. Let's see. Let's see. What show is this you're talking about? I don't know.
Probably when he was doing the Fossil Show when I couldn't, Jackson.
Oh, no. No, it was not that. It was when at the end, I started reading from my phone all about what parts of the media BlackRock has taken over. And I don't
Oh,
know. It
okay.
was about 5, 6 weeks ago. I don't know. It just kind of
Oh,
stuck
I
in my
see.
craw, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Because I later on I was watching it. I don't look at the comments during the show usually, but
Oh, okay.
like,
Yeah.
like stick to comics, stick to talking about comics for fuck's sake. It's like, jeez, oh gosh, sorry.
Yeah, but you started asking that. It was on the Fossil Show here, or back on Graphic Man, because you asked the guys that. You say, tomorrow I'm going to ask this on the Grout 2 Orlov channel, and then you asked it. It was that one where they're picking up that oil tanker and it has the name. Yeah.
I had mentioned it before the show.
You mentioned it on the original Fossil channel.
Oh,
and then I think you then brought it up.
I brought it up on my own show.
Yeah.
And I probably mentioned that someone had said, I was annoyed by it then, but I don't know. I guess I'm still annoyed by it because it's just like I just think, well, people just think I'm this annoying presence on YouTube. But I don't know. Then today I was kind of doing more of an Andy Kaufman, like, is he really mad or is he kidding? It's just, we were watching some Andy Kaufman. My wife had never seen the real Andy Kaufman. I guess she'd seen that movie with Jim Carrey. And I said, it's like, you got to see this. It's like when he on Friday, that Saturday Night Live ripoff on ABC called Fridays. And it's just like almost a fist fight in the middle of a skit. And it's like, it kind of looks like it's for real. Is this? It's like you never really could tell with him. He's really a fascinating guy. And then to the point where when he died, did he really die or is this another skit? And all that shit with the wrestler. Was it Jerry Lawler?
Jerry Lawler.
It's like
he had that idea. He said, "I can come in and I can beat up any woman in this town." You dumb Memphis, Tennessee, and boy, everybody was mad at him down there. And he didn't.
Why aren't people outraged now when all these men are competing in women's sports? It's like, how dare you?
He would get on there and what we call promos, and just rip, and he'd get a box of soap. I'm going to show you Memphis, Tennessee people what this is soap, and he'd try to start lathering, and the TV station started getting death threats. We're going to burn the station down if you put him back on. And it worked. They had to quickly cut. They couldn't show him anymore.
Yeah. But that's what wrestling is. I mean, you get the true spirit of it. It's like, and then they, of course, kicked him off. They never would let him back on Saturday Night Live. There's another bit of it with women wrestling. It's just like, at some point, you just don't get the joke anymore.
Right.
You're a show that's roots go back to the National Lampoon with the writers and some of the cast, and now you've completely lost your sense of humor and turned into what it is now. Oh boy. I'll dig up something to show on Wednesday.
If you want, show some annuals if you want.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And
I'm going to show some Spidey. I haven't done that in a while. So
Spidey super stories. Yeah.
When you see the theme, the theme song, it's got a 70s groovy vibe. Yeah. So I'm kind of in a bronze mood. So
yeah, that was a way for you to learn about the SpiderMan villains. I got the first issue of that, and that was the beginning of the electronics coming into schools. Every day, they would wheel in a television set. They knew what time. They weren't VCRs yet, but they knew what time the local PBS station was going to show the electric company, and that was part of they got free lesson plans in the mail or whatever, and so they would know what the electric company was going to teach that day, and
incorporated into the lessons, and it taught phonics and everything, which is forbidden now. Now phonics is completely an anathema to the teaching industry. But yeah, the electric company was fun, and it was it was it'll never be shown again because of its emphasis on phonics.
Yeah, you remember this little guy here, the easy reader guy?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he'll make a little cameo in the video I'll show. He'll be front and center. So nothing says 70s like that little guy. You know, this is easy to read.
Yeah,
I get a kick out of him. So.
I used to have that little logo on the fanzines I'd make. I'd have the because it was all cut and paste. You know, I'd make photocopies from comics and ads and different things, and I would put him on there. This Easy Reader says this magazine is easy to read. And he later became this Academy Award-winning actor, but he would read some word like door. Far out. That's crazy. It says door. Imagine this crazy pimp guy walking down the street, just reading signs and going, wow, far. It's just like he's on angel dust. Let's see. Lead Paint says, problem was Spidey wasn't always on the electric. It pissed me off when I watched the little show and not see Spidey. I actually, Silent East song was on that too, I think. Yeah, the Silent East song was great. There was Letterman. That was pretty cool too. But the thing about Spider-Man, I kind of didn't like seeing him because he was
didn't say anything.
Spider-Man that I love.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't talk. He just made weird noises like Charlie Brown's teachers, and because they wanted you to read what Spider-Man said, so we go like he was a Down syndrome guy.
Yeah.
And that, you know, I don't know. That was I guess the first live action Spider-Man though. Other than Don Glut's, he did a 16 millimeter film. Have you ever seen that?
I'm afraid not.
Let me see if I can find it.
I'll have to check it out.
Let me see if I can find it. It's from the 60s. I'll just show you a second of it. I probably have to run and eat with my wife here in a few minutes, but let's see. I'll type in Don. Of course, Don Glut is all thrilled on his Facebook page now because he's the guy that came up with the Jane Foster Thor. And I guess they give him some credit in the new movie. Here I found it. Yeah, he made a movie in 1969, a little fan movie. He also made other movies about Rocket Man and different. And he wrote comics, and he wrote for Warren. Let's see, share screen from tab. Yeah, I don't think this will give me a problem with copyright. Yeah, he was born in 1944 at American Right. Okay, so this is on a channel called Buzz Patrol. Well, several people have it up, actually. First Spider-Man fan film ever by Donald Glut, 1969. But
At least it says Bugle. Yeah.
Yeah, he uses a Captain Action Spider-Man for some of the scenes.
Well, looks like I got my next job all cut out for me.
It's about 11 minutes long. So this is, you know, then he fights some villain.
You would shoot your own father.
all right?
Yeah, I'm going after Dr. Lightning. Wait here.
Try to remember, he's my father.
Yeah, I'll try.
There's another one that was made in the either late 80s, early 90s, and it was made by a guy named, I think his name was Dan Poole. I don't, maybe I'm wrong. It was called The Green Goblin's Last Stand. Shit. Reeb. And it was a fan-made movie. I remember ordering it from him in the early days of DVD-R. It was made in 1992, and the director is Peter Parker in it, and he does all his own stunts. He actually swings from buildings to building, from building to building, and does these pretty spectacular stunts that in the movies they use CGI. Dan Poole. Is that what I said? But anyway, it's basically the death of Gwen Stacy. It's that storyline, and it's just shot on videotape and everything, but it's the stunts. If I can find where he does the stunts, maybe here.
Why can't that monster get out of my life? I wish Spider-Man would disappear forever.
What a coincidence! That very thought had just occurred to me.
Anyway, he's kind of got a flat head there, but there's that was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
That's before the movie came out with the Tobey Maguire movie. So yeah. So Metarog's not going to be on this week.
No.
Howler
wants to be. He said he wasn't, but I think he saw that picture of Metarog and he's like, "Oh, I've just got to get on there."
Oh. Are you doing individual mug shots for everybody?
Well, you just have to see it.
Oh, okay. Okay, Horror Mike has been to Don Glut's house. So I imagine Horror Mike will be on. He's got great stuff.
We're going to get so full.
Yeah.
If Horror Mike comes on, I may have to have him wait till near the tail end. But we're jammed. I've got my little list of these are the guys at the beginning, and off to the side I have I can squeeze these guys on at the end. I need 11 spots instead of 10. If they would just lighten that up and let me get 11, a lot of my problems would go away. But,
on that Friday Nerdrotic show, is that they have the same limit of people?
No, I think he is the super duper duper, and he may not be StreamYard. He may be his own little package deal. I don't know, but there's other things you can get. So,
okay.
Of course, they're rolling in bucks, so who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Horror Mike, if you're listening, guy, I may have to have you, standing in the wings, so to speak. So,
or maybe there could be a separate horror stream that I could host and get more of the people that weren't able to get on, another night.
Yeah.
So I asked my wife, "Are you hungry?" She's taking a shower, so she'll still be a while. That's probably so. not in an imminent rush, but man, yeah, I found books today that I didn't even know I owned. Sometimes I'll buy something and I don't even know that I've got it. Like what was it I saw? I don't know. Did you ever collect Metal Men?
Briefly. That's what Dr. Sobridge is going to be showing Wednesday.
Yeah. So I don't want to step on his toes on that. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a weird crossover if Iron Man could go meet the Metal Men?
Yeah.
And maybe Rom.
Yeah. Yeah, Rom, I like that series.
I did too.
Yeah, I've got to get bags, man, for these comics and boards. Did you see how terrible the trailer for the Munsters looks?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, there's a new Munsters movie coming out, and it of course it has to show the origin of how Herman Munster was made and how he met Lily and how they were like hipsters then, and just completely. He's supposed to be the super fan and everything, but he has to remake it into his own image. And, yeah, well, that's what.
This is the silver bags I recently got. Some guy has made some sort of sketch of a dinosaur or something.
That's the type that I would use from my the comic store. That's what they would carry, and I would buy those. But
so far, they're okay.
Yeah, I need to get better bags. Let's see. Horror Mike says, that's cool, Graphic Man. No problems.
Yeah.
Glad to. If you do more live streams, count me in. You can come on now if you want. Here's the link. I'm waiting for my wife to get out of the shower, and that could be a long time.
I don't know if Iowa's, you're a little north of me now. Tuesday, they're thinking it's going to be 105 over here.
I don't know, but the weather forecast in Texas, I could check it on my phone and they could tell me 2 weeks from now exactly what was going to happen at what time of the day, and it would be accurate. Here it'll say sunny for the next week, and then I'll notice the clouds will be coming in, and it'll start raining, and then I'll look at it says it's going to rain for the next 8 hours, but it wasn't telling me that earlier. It's like the weathermen just look out the window and tell you you don't get any warning. It's just like it's all made up, looking out the window in the morning.
I need to mow, but it's not going to happen.
Well, here it says it's partly cloudy. It's 84. The highs are going to be 86, 89, 93, 89. But it feels hotter because there's humidity.
Sure.
Where I was, they got it 105 degrees right now.
I'm sure this is fascinating for your viewers. Me telling them I have to mow the lawn.
Oh, I've already told them I need to mow my lawn. They don't like it. They can fuck themselves. I got 110 degrees. I don't.
Boy, look at this comic book.
Yeah, 110 degrees on Tuesday back in the old country. 108 on Wednesday. Oh, and I think they're going to they're probably going to turn their power off. Is what I'm hearing, because the grid is they're already telling people that have electric cars not to charge their cars because it's the grid is getting weak because they're using all these windmills to power. Let's see. Horror Mike says, thanks. We'll do in a minute. What happens if I run out of time? Does it just stop this video in the middle?
I don't think so. I think it will let you play it out, and then it won't let you do any more.
I think it will let you play it.
Oh.
And Horror Mike has his YouTube channel on the volume, or did. Good job, Mike.
100 in Denver.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Yeah, and the log report.
Well,
Jackson is a treasure.
Rob Zombie is like us. He could come on your show on Wednesday night and talk, and he's all the same influences, all the monster influences. He's one of us. I had an ex-girlfriend that knew him because she used to book clubs, and she said he's like your long-lost brother. You'd get along great with him, and but his movies are shitty as hell. And he just he regurgitates.
Well, House of 1,000 Corpses is awesome.
Is it? I don't think I sat through the whole thing. Maybe.
That one is that is the best, and it was one of the first ones.
Hey,
that he
Gratu,
did. Go ahead.
I'm probably interrupting Mike. Can you put me on full screen? I'm going to show Mike something, and then just for like 10 seconds.
No, that's fine. Let me remember how to do that.
Mike, I don't know if you. This is a pulp cover.
Oh, look at that! Now
I'm trying to find not the glare here.
Here's
the thing. I don't remember where I got it. It's just obviously an image, but obviously the title would be at the top.
Is that something you printed, or is that something you bought?
I found online. And I thought, man, that is gorgeous. So obviously it's in outer space, not exactly horror. And I know Mike is more of a horror, but
I love science fiction. Yeah.
So anyway,
and the occasional comedy.
If you ever stumble upon this, remind me what the title is, and I'll scribble it on the back or something. But I printed that over a year ago, and it's like I would love to remember what that is.
So you still have that image saved, where you could print more, huh?
Yeah.
What does it cost to print an image like that?
$2.
$2. Where do you go to do it?
Nice little place, about 5 miles from me.
Because like FedEx will is this copywritten? They're trained to be fascist about that.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something from Amazing Stories graphic.
That's the feel. The feel I get.
There's definitely not Weird Tales.
My friend Forrest might know. He might even be watching now. He's a big pulp guy. He's been on
at the 4:29 mark. The 4 hour
29. Yeah, I've got something kind of interesting. Speaking of pulps, let me show you guys this. This is pretty cool. Okay, there are 5 volumes here.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're called Weird Tales.
Okay.
The thing is that these came out decades before Weird Tales, the pulp magazine. These all came out in 1890. These are the 1890 books.
So would there be any etchings in them at all, or all text?
Nope, it's all text. And what's really interesting is that they're all. Let me get my glasses. Okay, so for example, the first one I'm holding here is the American book. So it's all writers, American writers. For instance, Poe. I don't know. There's Nathaniel Hawthorne is in there, Poe, and so forth. So I'm sorry, my camera's just sucking. But in any case, then you have the Irish.
Oh wow, this is pretty important historically.
Yes, it is. This is all Irish horror and ghost stories from the 18th and 19th centuries.
Oh wow!
Right here, and then you have, let's see, the German ghost and horror stories. Okay,
wow.
It's all in English, but they and this is the British ghost and horror stories is English. Sorry about that. God, it's just horrible freaking camera. I've got to fix that. And then last but not least the Scottish Okay, so there you go. You got 5 volumes, and you rarely see them. I mean, I've had these for, I don't know, several years now. They're going up on the chopping block on eBay. But the
You're
thing,
selling them?
yes, I am.
Oh yeah. Do you know of an 1890s books? I'm texting my friend here.
Yeah.
He might want to buy them from you. He's trying to broker a deal. He's got most of the Arkham House books, but he's trying to buy a complete set from some guy. And then he's gonna like maybe sell the ones that that aren't as But anyway,
Mike, how can you sell stories that aren't woke and doesn't tell us to avoid the patriarchy and all that stuff?
Exactly.
I don't understand.
Yeah, these are it's really funny is that these came out, as I say, 1890, 3 years before Lovecraft was even born.
Wow.
So I mean, we're getting way back there, and yeah, it's something I've held on to these for years. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's it's very rare that you see 5.
Well,
there it is. Amazing Stories, 1942.
I should have known my crack team of experts would be on this. So. All right.
Yeah, sometimes they would reverse images just for whatever reason. My friend had a Basil Gogos painting that was a Famous Monsters cover, and I remember it was flipped on the actual cover. The one with the mummy and the sarcophagus, it's like a green cover.
A reverse.
Yeah, he had the original of that. Yeah, the question is, did Weird Tales, the magazine, get their title from that? It seems very probable.
It's possible they were, inspired. I mean, Weird Tales, it's almost generic, in my opinion. It's kind of like, hey, it's a weird tale, so I don't really, they could have gotten it from that.
But weird is, yeah, but I mean, it's like ghost stories, or but weird, yeah. I mean, now we think to use that, and I don't know if it's because of that magazine being around for so long, but there's things that we think automatically, like if you give a crayon set to a kid and say draw a Martian, they get out the green crayon and start making him, it's a little green man, and it's like, why are we conditioned to think that Martians are little green men? And it's because the John Carter series at one time was something just about every kid read. And the first Martians he saw were coming out of eggs, these little green baby Martians. And it's still in our head. Why don't we think they're red skinned? It's a red planet. And of course, some of the Martians are red skinned, but
then the phrase "little green men" has now become part of the catchphrase now.
Right, and that's all that really people remember about most average.
It is true,
kids, and they don't even know where it came from.
But I think,
do you know the Weird Tales connection with Leave It to Beaver? You probably do.
No.
Oh, there's an episode where Beaver wants to go see this drive-in movie double feature. It's like a voodoo movie, and it's like horror movies.
Yeah.
And this lurid poster, and his mom is all upset, thinking it's not appropriate for young Beaver, and Ward says, June, when I was a kid, I had a subscription to Weird Tales magazine. There's no.
Are you kidding?
I swear to God, Hugh Beaumont says, yes, it didn't bother me,
Ward was the coolest dad right there, man. That's it. That gets my vote.
In addition, he went to work and he never told what he did for work. So you could do, imaginary fan fiction about Ward Cleaver, where he, maybe he was like some
slave
national assassin or something.
Yeah.
Sure. Come home and put on his slippers.
Maybe he was a Pulp Fiction writer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Possible. But yeah, the thing about Weird Tales is that it has gotten, and I think it had, obviously, look, if Lovecraft hadn't written for Weird Tales, I don't think it would have achieved the status that it has today. It's gone through so many incarnations. You know,
Right.
there was the original Weird Tales, then they tried it again in the 80s, then the 90s, and I think there's a new version, but the new version is woke. I am
Oh,
sorry to
yeah.
say, guys.
Of
Yeah,
course.
the guy was like, when he first, this was like last year, I saw a Twitter post, or 2 years ago, before I got off Twitter for good.
Yeah.
But this guy, the editor, this new editor, was saying, yes, you know, we're reviving Weird Tales, but without all the racism and sexism, yeah, of the original. And I was like, and I commented, and I was like, oh, you mean so you're going to use Weird Tales and people like Lovecraft to make money? But you just want to make sure that you know you tell people that you're not going to have any of the stuff in the magazine that could have been written by Lovecraft back in the 30s. I mean, he's just what a hypocrite, what a complete freaking just stupid, just basically virtue signaling to say, oh yeah, this isn't going to be racist and sexist, as though there's like 1,000 writers waiting to like submit their racist and sexist stories. It's just so silly. It's stupid, you know.
What are,
So
what are you hoping to get for each of those volumes?
I'm selling them together.
Okay.
That's the thing about these. There, to my knowledge, right now, there is no one selling the complete 5. You can find individual ones, and when you see them, you get. I can tell you, go to A Books, they're about $40. But these are in particular in fine condition. They're in an incredibly great condition. And of course it's complete. So I'm going to put it up for about 250,
Okay.
which I think is totally reasonable. I
I
mean,
could
it's
buy it now or an auction.
buy it now. I'm not going to do an auction. I don't even know if people, I mean, for instance, I was reading Weird Tales pulp magazines. I've got some originals and a lot of reprints for years, and I never knew this existed. I just happened to find something. Read something about these, and I was like, wow, these are like weird tales from all over, the world, basically,
Yeah.
written in the 19th century. What the hell? So I just kept looking and looking until I found a complete set, and that was it. I had to get it, man. It
I
was,
was just calling my friend here a second ago, but he didn't answer. I texted him, he didn't reply, but I thought I'll call him and see if he's heard of this. I
yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if he'd be the one that would want to get it.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. It's something that it's probably going to go up tomorrow night. I'm taking photos and stuff. You got to take with stuff like this. You got to take all kinds of angles, photos, open it up, show people just how great it is on the inside, and all that stuff. Because it's God. As I was saying, on A Books, they do have individual copies, but they're kind of they're a bit beaten. They're a bit beaten up.
Yeah.
And I figure that since it's a complete set, it's I'm gonna run it for 250 and see how that goes. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how many people are aware of it. That's the whole thing. It's kind of like, obviously, antiquarian booksellers on eBay might see it and get excited.
Well, my friend that is what he does for a
Oh,
living.
well, there you go.
Yeah.
He might.
And he's he's like a huge Lovecraft. He's been on my show before and shown off his pulps. He brought him over.
Nice.
I don't remember what episode it was, but I could probably find it.
I've got a few Weird Tales. You guys know those things command high prices in very good condition. They're quite pricey, and the thing about those pulps is that I think they're worse than comic books of the era as far as quality, because that pulp paper just disintegrates. I mean, you really gotta here. Let me.
It's it's really so much of a responsibility to own them
It
because
is.
you become a museum curator, and in Golden Age comics too. It's just like one of the guys on Night Tiger's stream last night was saying it really brings up my OCD. I feel like I need to slab all of them because I'm just nervous to even touch them, and it's like
Right.
I don't need
Yeah.
more OCD coming out because I'm handling books that are $5,000. I'd rather just read the reprints, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly why I started. I was really with the pre-code horror. I started getting all of the reprints
Yeah.
because I really hated touching the pre-code comics that I have. You know,
Yeah.
there's no way I was going to read one. So,
Yeah, and it's just like I don't know. I can't take this shit, you know. And like I've got I'm trying to move into this house. I had so much stuff in the garage, and then I gradually moved stuff in, and then I realized a lot of these frame posters in the garage were now wavy under the glass because I didn't realize the humidity that I've moved into here. And it's just like I just can't keep going with the stress about everything. And then, you know, I was so stressed about things that were missing. I'd gradually find things that were missing. There's still things I don't know where they're at. And then, you know, like that script that I wrote with my friend, like he wanted to read it, and I'm thinking,
oh yeah,
where the hell is that? You know, it's another thing. It's just, my mind is just going.
well, I think as you go through those boxes, Grata, you may just run it, you know, find
Oh,
it.
I've gone through just about every box. It's just
Oh.
gradually getting things organized. It's like a never-ending.
Mike, I showed a bunch of Golden on.
Well, he was watching. He was in the chat.
Night Tiger.
Did you see the beginning? I showed some horror.
Oh, nice.
Let me blow you
Yeah.
up. Hold on.
I don't know if you,
Hold on. Show it again. I didn't blow
I
you
don't know
up.
if you saw that one.
That is a great cover.
I've probably shown this one about 3 times on Graphic Man.
Well, it's worthy. It is, it's, you know, fantastic.
Because it's pre-code.
What number is that?
That was 16.
And that's the same numbering that went into Thor.
Yeah. And
Marvel Tales was started over.
Ah, there you go.
I always thought
nice, very nice.
That's great.
Make a certain former vice president coming through there, or Hunter Biden coming in there.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's great. That's what is something like that? What could you actually expect? I'm not asking what you paid for it, but what would you expect to pay for something like that in that condition now?
Both of those, I'd probably say 150
each.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to tell, Graphic Man. What condition do you think they're in? Like 4, 5, 4.0, 5?
I wrote very good on this one, and I said good plus on this one. So
okay, well, got it. Look, I think you know that Mylar also just
makes it sparkle. Yeah.
It does. It does.
I'm perfectly happy with good condition. Those look like comics that came out on Wednesday of this week.
I grade them kind of low because the way I figure, when I pass and my wife is stuck, you know, some guy will come over and give her a hard time. Well, I don't think that's, you know, a fine, very fine, you know. So I go.
Well, and I think it's a good way to go. You know, sometimes I look at a comic I have and it's like wishful thinking. And I'm like, yeah, that could be a 4.5. Yeah, you know, so whatever. But check it out. Here's a couple of weird tales. Now, this one is one of my favorites of the entire Weird Tale run. And this is March. Oh. Hold on. March of 1934.
That's why you should not have the window open all night long.
That is a Margaret Brundage cover. Of course, she did a ton of the Weird Tales covers in this period. And of course, 1934, Lovecraft is still very much alive. And he wrote a story in here. But wow, where's his name? Well, he's called Hazel Held, the last name on that list. And that was a real person. Hazel Held used to send her stories to Lovecraft, and he would for revisions, and he would totally revise them. So,
wow.
so there's a story called Winged Death, which is fantastic. The other guy, the guy that's headlining there, Hugh B. Cave, was another. He was really a great pulp writer. And the lead story, the Black Gargoyle, in this is fantastic. And I was carefully reading this. I just had to do it. You know, at the time I couldn't find a reprint, but there are just some insanely great uh, covers. I mean, I'm sorry, stories in this particular issue.
I'm going to share a screen for a second. I found one of the episodes. If you go back on my page to 501, episode 501, it's where my friend appears.
Oh, cool.
And this, he's showing, what do they call them? Bed sheet pulps. Do you know what I'm talking about? These oversized pulps.
Oh, the larger ones.
Yeah, I forget what he calls them.
Kind of magazine plus size or whatever.
Yeah, this is episode 501 from.
So yeah, bedsheet pulps.
Bedsheet, yeah, it's from right before I left.
The reason that they made these larger format.
These are bedsheet.
Yeah, these are bed sheets. So that the
look at that, he's got wonder stories.
Oh
there.
yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. This is my old house.
I bet he has got a lot of Lovecraft pulps.
Yeah, he just piled a bunch of stuff up and brought it over. But then the one before he came on, let me see if I can find it. It's going to have a pulp. Oh, it must be okay. 472 and 473 are also episodes.
172. It's Thursday, October 28th, 2021.
So,
no, they were popular, in the 20s and even before.
I just set up that light show again.
To that, seeing the Marvel comics, but
yeah, that's 472, and then 473. Shit, on that one, what I did is I switched to. I didn't use StreamYard. I used my phone so that I could get close-ups of the magazine covers. So that was a separate appearance. This one here, I was able to get really good close-ups.
Welcome to the Gross Warlock Show, episode 473. It's you guys can freeze.
I could get like super
nice
close-ups.
Now that's clean right there.
Oh, this guy's stuff's amazing. There was something about this. I don't know why we're looking at this letter. I think it's from.
This is the passing of Lovecraft. This is the death of Lovecraft, and I know this issue.
Eulogy for him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is. It's got a yellow cover. I know it.
Okay.
And
it's the same idea.
I thought it was a close-up because it was also written by someone in the comic, like would later be in the comic industry.
Oh, maybe there's Hazel Held. Look, that was the woman I just told you about that she sent her stories to Lovecraft. There's Robert Block. That's the one.
There it is.
Yellow cover.
Yeah. So yeah, you know what you're talking about. So anyway, I got all these close-ups, so you can go look at these old episodes if you're.
Kind of golden look, kind of bright.
Yeah, and that was of course Margaret Brundage as well.
Yeah.
And so that really kind of signaled the end of the great era of Weird Tales, because when Weird Tales started, it was I think 1923, 1924, and then Lovecraft died in 1937. And that whole era was the era of weird. I mean, it was the big, the fantastic time. And when you look at pulps for sale, you can always tell, because everything from 1937 and before is like just insanely expensive. And then after 1937, it just suddenly the price plummets. That's it, because of course Lovecraft was dead. He used to write. He would write letters constantly to Weird Tales and Amazing Stories and stuff.
Yeah.
But this is another issue I've got. This was after Love, long after. I think it's 1942, March of 1942, and
Yeah.
of course, it has got a just gorgeous Hans Bach cover. Now, Hans Bach, he would go on. He was quite the Weird Tales illustrator. He did a variety of illustrations and covers for other pulp magazines and so forth. And this one, which is it's pretty cool. Now, you guys, I'm sure everybody watching is quite familiar with Lovecraft's Reanimator, the movie, and this is a new Lovecraft series, Herbert West Reanimator.
Yeah.
There we go. And this was, of course, posthumous publishing by Weird Tales, and this is one of those rare issues that I can actually open. It's in really great shape, but once again, it's post 1937. So I picked it up. I think it was in it's taped here.
Yeah.
But I bought it for like $40. This was several years ago, so I don't know. It could have gone up.
Yeah, that devil guy looks like the Green Lantern villain. What, Sinestro? That he looks a little like
that guy.
The red guy, the devil looking.
This guy down
he looks
here.
like a Green Lantern villain. Yeah, my friend Tom Ranoni, when we were in college, what happened is when we went to see the Reanimator at the Cinema 4 theater with our other friend, and we couldn't believe how great it was. And what happened is Herschel Gordon Lewis came to town, so he went and interviewed him, and he got the student newspaper at the college to print the interview, as I recall. Or no, it wasn't that. No, we found out in the newspaper that he was going to appear talking about mail sending junk mail. You know, he was an expert in marketing, sending out mail marketing, and so. But then when what he did is he interviewed, I guess, Stuart Gordon or Brian Usna or both, and then he got. And he said, well, I'm doing this for the school newspaper. And then he got the newspaper to print the article, and they liked him. They connected, and they said, why don't you come out to Hollywood and work with us? And so I think he got there right when they were doing Society, and I think the movie Society, and he and his girlfriend are in one of those scenes.
Great. And then
he was the special effects coordinator on Bride of Reanimator. So
damn. Well, he moved in there quick.
Yeah,
that's quite good. I mean, the series there. What was it, From Beyond? Also, Stuart Gordon did.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw Dagon.
Yeah.
That was, I think, maybe the best adaptation that Stuart Gordon of Lovecraft that Stuart Gordon, one of the best adaptations of Lovecraft to film. Seriously, it's just it was such a great, and he also did, of course, for that really great show, The Masters of Horror. You guys ever seen any of those? The Masters of Horror, Gratu. If you haven't, you got to check it out, especially the first season. Masters of Horror. They brought in people like John Carpenter.
Yeah, I remember. Romero, different directors did different.
All kinds of different directors, and including, Dario Argento was in there, and also, of course, the guy we were just talking about. Oh, Stuart Gordon. Yeah. So his story, he did an adaptation of Lovecraft's Dreams Dreams from the Witch House.
I saw that episode, yeah.
And it's intense. It's incredible. So Stuart Gordon had a great grasp of the idea of adapting Lovecraft, to film, in my opinion. Yeah. Even though Reanimator was kind of more like a horror comedy to a large degree, he did get more serious as he did his, adaptations. And the amazing thing is that, Gordon is really considered one of the great horror filmmakers of all time. I think he would be in the top 10 easily. I mean, in the history of horror film. But one thing that really shocked me was that several years ago, before his death, this was probably could have been like 2012, 2013. He actually did a Kickstarter for an Edgar Allan Poe film that he wanted to make. You know, Jeffrey Combs, who of course plays Herbert West in the movies. Jeffrey Combs was doing a stage show of Edgar Allan Poe. Right, he was playing Edgar Allan Poe, and he's fantastic. You can find him on YouTube, just like clips of him doing Poe, and he's really great. And so Stuart Gordon wanted to do a film version of his stage play. Sounds great, doesn't it? I mean, it would be like fascinating to see what he would do with Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah.
And so he put out a Kickstarter, and the idea was to raise $380,000 to make it, right? It failed. He only raised like $85,000. Stuart Gordon failed on Kickstarter. So my point is that anybody that goes on to one of these, like, you know, GoFundMe's or Kickstarters or whatever, and their project fails, don't feel bad, because one of the greatest horror directors in history failed on Kickstarter. And this was after all of his great films. Everybody recognized Stuart Gordon as one of the greats. I don't know what the hell happened. I mean, he had Jeffrey Combs on board. Everything was looking good, but he just couldn't get the money.
Yeah.
Sad, very sad. So that's kind of the thing. And you know, Weird Tales. Another thing that people may not realize is that there was a woman that used to write occasionally for Weird Tales. I'm trying to remember her name. She wrote a story called The Thought Monster, which was published in early Weird Tales, like 1931. And The Thought Monster would later become the classic late 50s, maybe it was 1960, science fiction film, fantastic science fiction film called Fiend Without a Face. You ever see that film with Marshall Thompson?
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's a fantastic film, right? It was written in 1931 by a woman who used to write for Weird Tales. So that's where it came from. It was called The Thought Monster. You know?
This friend of mine just he just called, but I can't hear it because I must have the ringer turned off. So let me call him right back, and I'll let him know that he's.
I'm going to have to step out, but great to see you guys. Hope to see you soon.
Hey, Forrest, I'm on a live stream right now, and what I don't have you on speaker or anything. Can I put you on speaker? Or? Okay. Well, anyway, hold on. He says, I guess so. Anyway, this is a major horror comic and pulp guy that I'm talking to out of Florida named Horror Mike. And he's got a set of books from the 1890s, and they're called Weird Tales. And each one of them is writers from different countries. Do you know this set?
Yeah. I'm going to my shelf right now.
Well,
he probably has it.
He's saying you probably have it.
Doubt it.
Yeah, it's too many books is the problem, but that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Weird Tales by Hoffman. Oh, Hoffman with two N's at the end.
Yeah, this was actually William Patterson from London.
William Patterson from London. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can sort of hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up one of the books.
It's Charles Scribner's and Sons, and it is 1890.
Charles Scribner and Sons?
No.
He says no.
Yeah, these are one is
and Scribner's could be just the New York imprint.
Ah, that's probably it.
British imprint.
Correct.
Oh, so he has the British edition and you have the American edition.
Is the first story called the Cremona Violin?
From which country?
Volume 1, just the very first story. Is it called?
No, they're. They're not volumes. They're by country. Like for instance, one is English, one is Scottish, one is Irish, one is German, and
Yeah, this could be a different edition, I guess.
one is American. What is the first? What's the first story you got?
The Cremona violin. I don't know if I'm saying Cremona correctly.
The Cremona violin.
Maybe the American edition.
These appear to be stories by Hoffman, who was sort of a fairy tale writer.
Oh no! These are stories from from various writers: Nathaniel Hawthorne, Edgar Allan Poe. They go by, for instance, one volume is just American writers, one volume is British writers and Scottish and so forth.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. Well, that's cool. I mean, it sounds like it's a different contents altogether. But
yes, it's a totally different book, and it's called Weird Tales. That's all. It's just Weird Tales, and it's William Patterson from London.
He's just about to put it on.
Like the kind of thing I love.
He's about to put it up on eBay. So if you want to arrange a private deal, and then he doesn't have to take all the pictures.
Well, I think put it on eBay. If I like it, I'll bid on it. Right?
Yeah, just what I'll do is I'll put it on eBay, and then I'll just send Gratu a link.
Yeah. But are you doing it?
Have a look at it anyhow.
But are you doing it buy it now? But Horror Mike, you're doing it buy it now, though, aren't you?
Absolutely, yes, I am.
So I think he's doing it buy it now.
And I'll have a look if I get a chance.
Okay. All right.
Cool. Hey, y'all have fun.
All right. Take care.
All right. Take care.
So look if he gets a chance.
Yeah, you see, I've seen that, what he was talking about, Hoffman, E.A. Hoffman, I believe. So coincidentally, there was another kind of like, I think it's Weird Tales by Hoffman in reality, something like that. They came out around the same time. But it's it's one of those things. Of course, when you think about it, I believe that what Shelley wrote Frankenstein in 1812, somewhere around that. So that was recognized as the first horror novel. I don't know what's recognized as the first horror story. That's got to go back, way back. It must go way back.
When was Varney the Vampire?
That had to be 19th century, right? I think so.
Yeah.
But like as far in terms of short stories, because also wasn't Varney the Vampire? Wasn't that like serialized too?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So.
But it predates Dracula. It predates Bram Stoker.
It does predate Dracula. And there was another thing that there's a little controversy there too, because did you ever see that film that Ken, what the hell is his name?
Russell?
Ken Russell, thank you. He did that film about Mary Shelley, and they have the party on the island.
Gothic, yeah.
Gothic, yeah, I love that. Love that movie. And so, the guy that's in the film, and he plays Shelley's, I think it's Percy Shelley's doctor, and he's like this really eccentric dude in there. And he apparently had written a story called Wampir before Stoker's Dracula, so that would go back there. That would be back, I don't know if that's you would think like even in the 15th, 16th century, Gratu, somebody wrote a horror story. It's just kind of ridiculous to think not.
The whole thing about royals living up above in the castle and women disappearing from the village and being drained of blood, that's a reality. I mean, they weren't vampires living forever, but that's something that the elite have been doing for probably thousands of years.
Sure.
And that's probably still happening today with our politicians.
I wouldn't
more than likely true. With the Epstein type people, but and occasionally, it's so that's where these vampire stories come from, is these elites that try to keep their youth forever, bathing in blood or whatever. And
yeah, well, that's, Countess Bathory, right? The whole thing, she would bathe in blood. And that's, how old is that? That's going way back, So,
yeah.
But still, the first horror. Oh, wait a second. Am I incorrect? Is Shelley's Frankenstein the first science fiction novel or the first horror novel?
You can make a case that it's both.
I'm gonna have to look that up. Well, in any case, we know that. We know she did the first on that. But obviously, people wrote short stories throughout the centuries of terror, terror tales and so forth.
Yeah.
So, it would seem that, and that whole thing, as you say, with the drinking of blood or bathing in blood, all that stuff, yeah, it's got to be like going.
All this, that's part of what helped get Trump in. If you remember, like a couple of days before the election, they all of John Podesta's emails get put out, and it's like, it turns out he's got these horrifying pictures, paintings that are worse than anything in Night Gallery in his house, and all these weird Hillary Clinton saying, "Yes, I'll sacrifice a chicken to Moloch" in an email, and it's like, she's not talking about the bird, and it's like you realize, it was that. And they kept talking about, are you going to the spirit cooking? And then that's when that Maria Abramovich witch was, and that was all over the news. And then it's like, oh, holy smoke! These people they're painting blood and they're eating cakes that look like dead bodies. And it's like, what is wrong with these people? And it's like, all of a sudden, they'd already printed the Newsweeks with Hillary Clinton the winner. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure that didn't happen again.
Yeah, right? And so they totally scrubbed. You're not releasing this Biden stuff.
Right.
It's just as bad.
Jeez, oh God, if not worse.
They say there's stuff that has made people like vomit that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Hey, it's 10 billion for, Pedo Pete. Yeah. I can't even believe that he.
I mean, who would date their brother passes away and then they start dating the wife of their dead brother, and it's like, oh, because we were both comforting each other because we were so upset about, and then he starts dating the daughter of his brother. It's like,
well, the more that comes out of this, Garatu, is the more I kind of, to a certain degree, feel sorry for Hunter Biden, because I have a feeling that guy was abused as a kid.
He's so emotionally damaged. Yeah,
he is totally. Because if you look at the guy, he's a handsome fellow. You would think that if he got his shit together, he could do something, and he's got a certain advantage by, of course. Well, he did. Now that everything's out, it's just a complete nightmare. And in reality, it's just a horror show. But
it really is.
He acts like, just, I don't know, like a drug-addled fiend.
Yeah,
I don't know what else to say.
And Trump's children they're like Mormons almost. I mean, they're just like
pretty much
perfectly nice, polite. I mean, they're raised with incredible privilege and money, but they're not monsters
they're well behaved.
If they were, the press would have done, they were they were searched every aspect of their lives, hoping.
Oh, they tried to get everything on them. And you had like people insane. Remember all that shit where they were talking about Barron Trump, like even to the point where they were fantasizing about doing horrible things to him.
Oh yeah,
all kinds of shit, man.
The weird thing about Barron Trump is that guy is like 8 feet tall now.
Yeah, he is.
Because Trump is like 6'4", and this guy is like
he's taller than him.
Were we talking about this before? Was it you and I?
I don't think so.
I don't. I'm trying to remember. It might have been my wife and I talking about this, but he's like
he's like 6'7", isn't he? 6'6",
something
6'7". I mean,
insanely
really
tall.
insanely tall.
They never
Right.
show him because they don't want to humanize Trump and let you see that he has children. But
Right.
he's
Exactly.
he. You know, there's people that speculate that 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 Trump's wife is actually a space alien. And that this child is like a Nephilim, you know, like because you know in the Bible, you know the
Yeah.
angels, which were like spacemen, had
Yeah.
children with, and then the children they had were these giants, you know, that had to
Yeah.
be exterminated by flooding the earth.
The Nephilim. Yeah.
So you know, it could maybe there are actually people online that think, well, maybe.
Okay.
And the
Yeah.
other thing that's weird is there was a book written back in probably the 1890s about Baron Trump and his adventures. And it's like, you know, they were like crazy
That's right.
Baron Munchausen kind of adventures. And it's like, that's wild.
That is true. Yeah, and you know, the guy, could you imagine that being a kid and going through all this shit? Like, I mean, granted, you're an automatic billionaire to a certain degree, but I mean, the amount of shit that you would have to take as a kid, going through all of that Russiagate bullshit that was a
Oh, yeah.
complete fabrication.
Well, he wasn't going through public schools, but I'm sure he felt
Oh,
the
he
tension.
he got it. He got it. Yeah.
And the other thing,
Sure.
what was I going to say? It'll come to me in a minute. Yeah.
You know, I've seen him, like, I've read some stuff that he's taught. He doesn't say much, but occasionally you'll get some quotes, a few paragraphs. He'll talk about something. He's a very smart kid. Very.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna go. Who knows what the hell he's gonna do? I mean, I wouldn't blame him if he totally steered clear of politics after all this shit. But you know,
Have you heard the theories about John F. Kennedy Jr.?
Which theories?
Well, okay, so you know the theory is that a lot more than a few people think is that, you know, his plane crashed, right, and he was hated by the media, which was odd because he's the son of this beloved president, and you think they would groom him to be a president. It's like, why not? I mean, Biden was an idiot from day one in the early 70s when he went into the Senate. But it's just that he's compromised because he's willing to take bribes and everything. So it's like he was pushed up. And he was always a moron. It's not just dementia now. I mean, it's that too. But he's always been stupid. I mean, I remember him saying, you know, back when Roosevelt used to get on the television with fireside chats and tell people during the Depression. It's like, what a moron. He's always been stupid.
He is.
But anyway,
God.
But John F. Kennedy Jr., all the media, it's like, oh, look, he's dating these bimbo starlets. He's dating the mermaid from Splash. Oh, look, he can't pass his bar exam. He had to take it twice. It would probably take me more than twice to pass it, but he did pass it. So, but it's like, oh, he's just this dumb beefcake hunk on the cover of People. It's like, why was the media so down on this guy? And he came out with George magazine and everything, and then there's this plane crash. Well, there's people that think that he realized that they were coming after him, like they came for his dad and his uncle, and, you know, a lot of members of his family, and so that was a stage thing, and that he's still alive. And there's people that say, look at this Trump rally, you can see him there, he's got a fake beard on. And there's people who think he's still alive, and that he and members of the military came to Trump and said, hey, you need to run for president. This is really what's going on. This is the shadowy cabal of people, and this is what they want to do. I'm in hiding because, you know, this is a storyline that some people believe. And so that this is probably something YouTube doesn't like people talking about, that supposedly he's going to reveal himself at some point, and it's like, hey, and that it's going to be this awesome thing, you know, that John F. Kennedy Jr. is still alive, and
and he's defeating the people that have been trying to get him for years.
Well, it'd make for a great comic book series.
But anyway, there was a live stream like we're doing with Robert Kennedy Jr., who's
talking about
the guy that's in the Senate, or is he a representative? But anyway, he's very much on the Trump side. And someone,
yeah, he kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, he's actually he's technically a Democrat. And
he fights against all the evil they do.
He does. He's just anti-elite. That is the whole. It's like Tulsi Gabbard.
And you're right. And the elite is the problem. So in the chat on the side, someone said, if John F. Kennedy Jr. is still alive, touch your nose. And you can, and my wife showed me this, and you can see him look closer, like he's reading the chat, and then he goes like this. Or no, he doesn't do that. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like he rubs his nose. He looks at and he does this, and it's like it's not like he's scratching his nose. He does it, and he's very serious, and he doesn't say anything. And it's like, and it's right after someone put that in the chat, and it's like, is he just joking? Well, who would joke about the death of his nephew, or what would that be his nephew? If he's that would be his cousin, right? Yeah. That would be his cousin. You just don't joke about something like that. That would actually make you pissed if your cousin's dead and someone's saying if he's alive, but he did it, and it's just like.
Of course, then again, it could also be entirely coincidental.
Or, yeah, but you see him do it, and it's right after that, and it's not. It's just like this.
Yeah,
it's like, and it's not like he's moving his glasses up because he's not wearing glasses.
Right. I mean,
anyway. So that's one of those weird theories that people postulate. That
Robert Kennedy's book is awesome. I know we can't talk about that subject on YouTube, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The jab subject.
Yeah.
He's got a whole book that medically, scientifically lays it out, and I've got it. I bought it immediately on downloaded it. It's on PDF.
But there's everything's so weird. It started. The weird stuff started right after Trump got in. There was that weird shooting in Las Vegas that was completely bizarre, and then it was just forgotten about because all of a sudden they were accusing a different celebrity every day of doing bad things, and it was that Me Too movement, and it was every day they had a different person. They even got like Garrison Keillor from NPR every day. Okay, it was Charlie Rose.
Yeah.
It was like every day. That was a very weird thing. And then there was the whole summer with Epstein. He was arrested. There were these weird drones flying around the island, and they said that the guy flying these drones is probably McAfee, the guy that invented the software, the anti software for computers. This eccentric billionaire was flying this around from his boat out in the water, but it was so fascinating that all of a sudden, he was killed in prison, and then that was just forgotten. And then, but that is very important. That whole thing with Epstein is very important, and so they got him out of the way. And then that was summer. And then within a few months, all of a sudden, there's that stuff that spread around that caused us to have to wear that. And then that came out. And then when they got Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, you weren't allowed to see that. And then they put the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, where everyone's watching that, and it's like no one even thinks about that, which is something that could bring down governments. She had a submarine license and was moving submarines back and forth to that. It's like right out of James Bond.
That wouldn't actually surprise me. When you have more money than sin, you can do whatever you want. But the whole Epstein death should have completely alarmed everybody, because it doesn't just so happen that two armed guards fall asleep and that at the same time the surveillance cameras malfunction.
It's so
I
ridiculous.
mean, it is absolutely. It's kind of like they're laughing in your face, telling you that we set it up, but you're just not going to do anything about it. That's it. That's it.
It's
all of this.
Nothing but insults, and
Right.
then we had 2 years of this, and then it just
Well, we got Biden, and we have more than double,
which is so embarrassing. But I just think it just and then
nightmare.
Someone was pointing out, I think it was on that Tim Pool show, that this what's her face, Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
I've always hated her, but she used to be well spoken in the debate. She used to say she could say sentences. She was
she could actually speak sentences.
She had been through law school. Now she's saying Ukraine is a country. It's right next to another big country. It's also a country, and this country is bad to this country. And she's talking, and then she's laughing, and they're saying she's really nervous. And then someone is saying, I think the scripts she's written are actually written by people that don't speak English very well, and they're given to her almost at gunpoint to read, and she's reading it verbatim, written by the Chinese, and then she's laughing because she's like nervous because she has to read it. And
I think it's actually they're written for a 5-year-old to understand.
Yeah, but they just fired one of her speechwriters because it's so bad. It's worse than that.
They look at the population in general as being childlike. So, and I really think that the reason why she says stuff, it's almost like you're reading a child's book, right? Ukraine is a small country next to a bigger country. It is exactly, that is the whole thing. And they're just basically, they're saying, look, you're a bunch of idiots. This is the way that we're going to explain what we want you to know.
Yeah.
And that's basically it. It's nefarious. It's it's actually diabolical.
And keeping these kids home from school for that period of time, and a lot of kids are still being homeschooled. They're losing out on a lot. They're years behind, and they want these kids dumbed down. And part of the reason why that, moving right back around, part of the reason Edgar Allan Poe's project never got off the ground is the kids that I taught read Edgar Allan Poe. I read it to them, but it wasn't in the books. I brought it in and photocopied it because he's been moved right out because they need to have the writers be more diverse. So you're reading little folk tales from this country and that country, and you're not reading great literature necessarily. It's all just like casting a Marvel Disney movie. It's like, no, it's Edgar Allan Poe. That's just too many white guys. We can't have, get Shakespeare out. No one can understand that. And so kids aren't challenged, and they're moving out everything. Even Dr. Seuss, the kids are, and they're like, and then I see on YouTube, people coming up to people on the beach. They're 20 years old. How many states are there in the United States? 55. What year did the United States break away? What was the name of the war? The Civil War. And they don't know the Revolutionary War from the Civil War.
Mark Dice does those freaking things, and I can't. The thing about Mark Dice is that I think his stuff is really great, but I would get so depressed after I did those, like when he'd go out and speak, he asked people questions, because you just have to sit back and go, oh my God, part of our population is just brain dead.
It's not just Mark Dice, it's Millennial Millie, and
she goes out
there. Savannah. There's
Savannah
Alex Jones that does it, and there's a whole bunch of people that do it. I mean, in the old days, it was Howard Stern that used to do that. He'd go out on the street and talk to people, and it was hilarious. And then I think Jay Leno stole that from Howard Stern, but it wasn't necessarily political then. It was just showing how stupid people are. And now it's like you realize that people don't know anything about anything in the culture.
Of course, then again, you got to realize that when Mark Dice goes out, you know where he is. He's in California. He typically goes to Venice Beach.
Oh,
near where he lives. and they're beachheads. These people are just like,
tell, they go towards the stupid people, all of them.
they do. But here's an interesting thing, Ratu. You talk about like the curriculum of high school. Back in the day, like I went to high school in the late 70s. And I was living in Lancaster, California. It's just a desert town about 75 miles north of Los Angeles. So completely isolated from Los Angeles. It was just a small, at the time, just a podunk desert town. Yeah. And I went to a high school called Quartz Hill High School, and it was out in the boonies. We we used to call we would refer to the area. It was just kind of like a lot of 4-H, like farmer area, and stuff, where you wouldn't think that they would have this high school as a test ground, but it was. And here's what they did. Okay, things that were rather unusual, like they offered 2 full semesters of Edgar Allan Poe English.
Oh, wow.
In a high school. A full semester of science fiction English. The English, and I took all of these, needless to say. English composition classes, they would cite, we would, at least when I was there, we were basically dissecting Rod Serling stories and screenplays at one point. Like his Twilight Zone stuff. I remember it, like Monsters Are Due on Maple Street.
That's a traditional 7th grade. When I was in junior high, all 7th grade, traditionally, just about every 7th grade English class reads The Monsters That Do on Maple Street.
There you go. I think it's just and maybe I kind of doubt it that they do now. They probably
did in my class, and it was still in the textbook. It was still in the textbook, even though it does kind of expose how they do things and how crowds work.
It's probably Harry Potter though. Now, come on, if it's anything,
Well, they still have that script, and because it's I think. The liberals that put together the books think that's an important lesson for kids to learn, even though how crowds work. But then it really is. Then they actually do that stuff.
Exactly. It's not a.
They're saying that that's going to be a surprise before the November election. Either there's going to be another big thing you have to do this for, or they're going to stage an alien invasion, like the galaxy being. I mean, there's some people think I'm hearing the stuff. These people that seem perfectly intelligent, they're saying that's what's going to happen. There's going to be they're going to reveal aliens, and it's going to flip everyone out right before the.
Well, they're talking about it a lot, aren't they? Suddenly, they're just
so that's the predictive programming that they do. They always tell you in advance. Just like it's just what's worrying about these PSAs in New York.
Yeah, I know. In New York, yeah, that's the whole thing. So there's been a nuclear attack. That woman,
said,
the woman that's talking.
Just take a shower and go to the basement. Just don't stay in the car, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, at the end, it's like she's like, "We got this," or whatever, and I'm like, "You don't have anything. You have no idea, no concept." Of what a 10 megaton bomb would a direct hit on New York would do. You wouldn't live. You would be dead. You would not have to worry about getting shelter. And the weird thing about that PSA is that you got to wonder, because like for instance, Tim Pool, bringing back Tim Pool, I was watching Timcast IRL, and he was like, it's probably some idiots that had money left over, and they were like, "Oh, let's just do a PSA on this." I don't think so.
No,
nothing like this is not random. They don't just pull something out of their butts and say
it's their religion. This is actually part of their religious rites. They have to warn people before and that fucking those Georgia Guidestones. They showed footage of it being it looks like laser blast from Star Wars hit that thing. It looks like it came from somewhere else hitting it. That wasn't just a dynamite explosion at the base of that big monolith. That came from somewhere else.
I don't know.
So
Yeah,
it's really, you know,
that was just, yeah.
if you're aware, you start realizing there's a war going on around us, just secretly under the just you have to kind of be aware of what's going on. It's all kind of so when there's an earthquake, you know, is that just an earthquake, or are they taking care of some evil shit happening underground? You just don't know. It's just like you just got to be aware. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. And
Well, you know that the Georgia Guidestones thing, it was once I read into it, because I got to tell you, I think it was on your show you mentioned it. I wasn't even aware of it.
Oh,
And
okay.
then I started reading into it, and I was like, what idiots put this thing up? It's so nonsensical and stupid that you would have to think it was a bunch of stoned millionaires that were just like, yeah, man, this is the way we want the planet. Now we got to have just 500 million people, dude. What kind of beyond stupidity can you
or not necessarily
what?
stupidity, but what kind of evil, you know?
Oh, it's evil stupidity. Look at Biden. He's a stupid ass. He's evil. Kamala Harris, stupid ass evil.
Yeah,
I mean,
they've always been both.
yeah, they're dim-witted. Look at the people that surround, like, you know, Jake Sullivan and all these people in Department of Defense. My God,
So
you know. So there you go.
yeah, so
Yeah.
you know, I guess we'll see what happens. But every day is like another something else weird happens. You know, I'm always checking to see, you know what's
Well, I mean, we're just going naturally, Ratu. We're going to start seeing more and more shit as we get close to November.
Yeah.
You know, that's all. It's just going to happen. So just count on more bizarre. You know, it's kind of like these people that were like harassing members of the Supreme Court. I couldn't even believe that was at their own houses. And the one guy that was going to kill Kavanaugh, apparently was going to shoot him, and they got him. Amazingly, I'm totally, you know, stunned there. You know, but
well, look at this. Drudge Report is no longer a really good source. It's
not. They just got totally.
But it's like, oh, look what they're throwing at us today. But it's okay. Lopez and Affleck were married in Vegas, so.
Yeah, and of course Iran's got nuclear capability.
You know, I think what happened in your high school is you might have just had a really cool principal that was like one of us that, or an English teacher that got up high enough in seniority and he said, let's have these classes. It sounds like a nerd or a cool person got in charge of that school and offered classes like that.
Yeah, at least in the English department. I don't know how long it lasted because when we were there, it just started up. They didn't have it. Like, you know, when I was going into my senior year, that's when I took the Edgar Allan Poe English. And I don't know if they had it the year before. So it was something experimental. And it was pretty much full. The class was pretty much full. People, you know, were like, yeah, of course we know Edgar Allan Poe. And when you start getting into you know, the English of Edgar Allan Poe, the way that he used English, the guy was an absolute master. I mean, at such a level that it's daunting when you realize just like the complexity of his use of grammar, you know, of vocabulary and everything. It's just insane how great that guy was.
I hate that so many teachers teach, this guy was just crazy and he was an alcoholic. And it's like, well, because they think, well, you know, if you write a story from the first person point of view from a killer, well, then you must be crazy. You know, the Telltale Heart, you have to be crazy to think like that. And that's how a lot of normal people are. And so he just must be crazy. And yeah, you had a problem with alcoholism. So do a lot of people have trouble with alcoholism. That doesn't mean they're not cool, interesting people. It doesn't mean that's their whole life.
Yeah.
And you just discount everything they ever did. And that's the most important thing to put in their biography is just how tortured they are. It's like, well,
Yeah, a lot of these people were, and Lovecraft did not drink. He was a teetotaler.
right.
But an interesting thing, and with both of them, is that you could say that Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft are the two most famous horror writers in the history of the English language.
Yeah.
You could arguably say that.
Oh,
They
sure.
they both died penniless. I mean, Poe, well, he died in a hospital, but he was found in a gutter. Lovecraft died of some kind of, I think it was intestinal cancer, because the guy was so poor, he constantly ate cheap canned food. That's all he could afford. He died when he was 37 years old.
Right.
And he died. Nobody knew who the hell he was except for his fans in the Weird Tales magazine.
Right.
It wasn't until August Derleth took the helm with Arkham House, and that's when the appreciation for Lovecraft just soared, and it's just, you just think, my God, these guys, both Poe and Lovecraft, would be billionaires based upon sales of their books. If they were alive to for another 40 or 50 years to enjoy the fruits of their labor, they would be rich. And
I don't think, I think Lovecraft had a lot of there was a lot of sellability in his name there after Reanimator and for a few decades. But Edgar Allan Poe, I don't think people really know who he is anymore. In the 60s, you could sell just about any movie by putting like Edgar Allan Poe's Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism. Like he wrote a story called Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism. But you put this finest story. Edgar Allan Poe wrote "My Name is Blood" and wrote this story in blood, and it's like, oh, kids would go see it because the Edgar Allan Poe name meant horror,
right?
They even heard it from their teacher, but now no one teaches that, and no one knows who he is anymore.
Yeah, and to Roger Corman's great credit, he did the great Poe movies in the 60s with Vincent Price. Many, some of them were a little, I don't know, they kind of hit and miss, but there are a few of them that were fantastic. And believe it or not, still today, I see independent filmmakers doing Edgar Allan Poe stories. Now, of course, one of the reasons why is that it's all public domain. Well, and that's another thing with Lovecraft, too. Most of his stuff is public domain.
Yeah.
But did you see that film? I thought it was fantastic. It's one that I need to get on Blu-ray because it was so good. The Raven. John Cusack plays Edgar Allan Poe.
I didn't see that. Is that good?
You gotta see that film. It's great, man. It's like, he's writing these stories, right? The Pit and the Pendulum, the Black Cat, and everything. And this killer, this murderer, is copying the way that these people are being killed in his stories in real life. And so they suspect Poe, but then they bring in Poe to help them find this guy. And it is just great, man. It's like just such a cool way to do a film.
It sounds like that would be a good double feature with Time After Time.
Yes,
you know that one.
Right along in that kind of capacity.
I wanted to show my wife that movie, but I don't know where to begin to look for it. I guess I could. I think we were talking about it the other night. Maybe I was thinking.
Did you ever stream? You ever use Vudu or whatever?
Yeah, we could probably look on Roku to see it's available. I'd just like to have it on disc. I'm sure it was released at some point, and I may even have it and don't even know it because I bought so many DVDs over the years. And sometimes it's like I'm looking for a movie and I don't realize I already bought it years ago.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if you're aware of this. I just did a video. Have you ever heard of Canopy?
I don't know.
Canopy.com. It is it's kind of directly connected to the.
I saw that video. I put it in my list to watch later. I saw that you put that up the other day.
It's fantastic, man. It's commercial free.
that you have to sign up through your library. You said
you have to have you have to have a library card.
I don't think the library here locally. I think they just barely moved away from card catalogs. They're still, it's like going into a library from 50, 60 years ago. It was built in probably the 20s. It still looks that way. In the basement,
wow, that's
the
fantastic.
new section is all 50s. It's
whoa.
I think I probably have more books in my collection than they've got in there. But it's a beautiful library. It's just
nice.
It's just not. It's not going to have. I don't think they're going to be signed up with Canopy.
Well, you never know. You never know. Maybe they'll get onto it.
Does it cost them something?
No, absolutely
not.
Then
I could maybe suggest them do that.
It's such a great service, and they have 3 comic book documentaries. I don't know if you saw that. The Rise of the Superheroes from 2018. It's a story of how comic superheroes were brought to life in cinema. So they go all the way back, to the beginning with all the superheroes and films and so forth. Then there's a documentary called Comics, Beyond the Comic Book Pages, where they interview all of these people in the industry, artists, writers.
Yeah.
And also Comic Book Confidential. Which is another thing. They interview like 22 different artists and writers of a lot of independents.
For the poster on my wall here, I saw that movie like 2 or 3 times in the theater.
Oh, you've seen it? Okay.
Oh,
great.
Yeah, it played at the Inwood. It was in Dallas in the 80s, probably.
Oh, totally.
And then you got a free little comic book pamphlet when you saw it. I've got 4 copies of it. It's kind of like a program that talks about it. I think I showed it on yesterday's show, which
I see that. I see Culty. He was from Palmdale.
Yeah, she's a California person. Yeah, Culty's, I don't know if you know Culty's my wife, or do you know that?
Culty McNulty?
Yeah, Culty,
what is it?
My wife. That's a fake, obviously not her real name.
Well, Palmdale and Lancaster are literally right next to each other.
Oh.
And this was where Frank Zappa lived. Man, Frank Zappa went to high school at my rival high school. Of course, he went there like in the 60s, long before I did. But he went
maybe even late 50s, I bet.
Yeah, late 50s, early 60s, I guess. But he went to Antelope Valley High School, and they were living. I think, God damn it, there's a strange little town. Your wife probably knows. It's like I want to say there's like Victorville. I know that, but there's a few other little towns right in there. And that's where the Zappa family lived for years before Zappa went down to Rancho Cucamonga in California, and that's when he took off and made his own studio and all that shit. But Lancaster had a certain vibe going for it. I got to tell you, it was just one of those strange places. But I got to tell you, this grotto on Tubi. I don't know if you ever watched Tubi.
Yeah, we have that on Roku.
Yeah, exactly. I've got it on Roku as well. They just added How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, the Stan Lee and John Buscema video where they go into the whole thing. They just added it. It's on the top of their list now, which is fantastic. Everybody's adding these comics documentaries.
Yeah.
It's totally great, man. I just watched it last night. I don't know if you've ever seen that before.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
It is a kick. It's a real kick, man. John Buscema in there doing his stuff, and it's just wow. It just brings back the old days there. I think that was like mid '80s where they did that. And just incredible stuff.
So, do you have comic stores locally that have cool old stuff?
No, The comic book store that's local here in Tallahassee is Fallout Comics. It's new. I would say about 95% new. They do have like some bronze and copper stuff, copper age, but most of it's like modern, man. You know. Oh yeah, Zappa went to high school with Captain Beefheart, John Van Vliet, and I got a story, man, and this connects. It connects with everybody. Don Glut, Bill Warren, who was a writer. He lived in Los Angeles. He wrote for famous Monsters and Fangoria and all those magazines. But he worked with this guy, and this is how I met all of those guys. Bill Thomas. He worked at the library in Lancaster, and he knew Don Van Vliet, Captain Beefheart. And he said, he would occasionally see them at the grocery store. And one time, he and his wife, Bill's wife, and him, they were in a store. I think they were called Alpha Betas, something like that.
Yeah, there was a
Freaking
chain.
grocery. Yeah, that was it. They were in one of those, and they saw Don Van Vliet looking at the Hostess like donut rack where they have all the Hostess goodies and stuff.
Yeah.
And he was looking at a package, and he was sad. And so Bill Thomas went up to him, and Bill Thomas was like, "Hey man, what's up? How you doing?" And he was like, Van Vliet was like, it's so sad that the little kid on this package has got a donut instead of a heart. There was like how they would draw like a, whatever, a donut or whatever. And then he walked away.
Wow.
Just shit like that. And, it's one of those desert areas that is so strange because it wasn't that far. When I was a teen, my friends and I, like one of us would drive one time, we'd take turns driving down to Los Angeles to go see movies or whatever, that were not playing in Lancaster. Let's put it that way. And but Lancaster, that high desert area had its own vibe, kind of a weird vibe, and I think it just attracted a bunch of space mutant freaks,
Yeah.
totally crazy, man. So you had Don Van Vliet, you had Frank Zappa, you had just various other characters that lived there, and yeah, it was a really interesting place to go to junior high and high school. I went moved down to Los Angeles as soon as I could. And I was there for about 10 years. But it was pretty cool. It's just ridiculous, man. I mean, when we moved there, I think there were like 30,000 people. Now there's like, Jesus, I think between Palmdale and Lancaster, there's a few 100,000 now. I mean, it's just, blew up. So people commute from the desert to Los Angeles. Believe it or not, I mean, that's 75 miles one way every day.
Wow.
So because they can afford a $300,000 house in Lancaster,
Oh.
Jesus Christ. It's just insane. Totally insane.
Yeah, well, that's going to make it tough. The gas, they're not going to keep doing that with the gas prices.
Well, in California, it's far worse.
Yeah.
I think it's like $7 a gallon or something now. I mean, I just I heard that. I was like, Jesus, it just boggles the mind. It went down here like 10 cents or something after the 4th of July, naturally after the big 4th of July weekend, it suddenly went down. I think it's like $4.30 a gallon.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, I mean, it's ridiculous. January of 2020, it was $2.15, I think. something like that. In other words, half of what it is now.
Yeah. So Biden went to Saudi Arabia, and they showed how they were all dancing when Trump came. And when he came, they just were all just a few guys there, real solemn. And then he did a fist bump with them because you don't want to shake hands because you could get germs from them. And then they weren't interested in helping him. He's giving away the gas, the oil to China since he and his son are indebted to them.
Yeah. Hey, say Gratu, have you heard anything else about the impending war between Iran and Israel? I've heard that Israel is actually threatening to bomb the shit out of them.
I can't keep up with what's going on. It's almost like this is just like a ridiculous cartoon that we're living in.
It is. Yeah. It's like, and of course a lot of people are taking advantage now because Biden is just a puppet, a weak puppet. So you got all these other countries doing all kinds of shit. And it's, of course, something's got to give. Let's put it that way.
There another conspiracy theory is that at a certain point the military is just going to come in and say enough, and they're going to take over for a while and purge all of that administration, and then have elections, and then just because it'll get so. If it is the case that we're occupied, that this is that Washington D.C. is actually occupied by the enemy, then I guess the military could do that. But I don't know. They've been trying to get rid of all the people in the army that are that think
not woke.
Yeah, if they purge enough of them, then maybe it's not as threatening. I just don't know.
Yeah. That I don't know about. That.
I mean, it's just stuff I hear. That people talk about. I hear all this crazy stuff, and who knows what's crazy and what isn't.
True.
You're not really supposed to think these thoughts.
I don't know. And it's ridiculous. In reality, I got to say, this is like for anybody else listening. I think it's kind of just ridiculous to dwell on it because it's so absurd that you can't possibly, you could literally go insane if you just keep thinking about this shit because in the first place, it's beyond our control entirely. Okay. And secondly, what good is it really going to do? I mean, it's like we know how the situation now is kind of grave. It's rather dire, but dwelling on it is not going to help anything. I mean, I personally have been just getting back more into reading. I've been watching more shows on films and comic books and so forth.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Doing that much more and less Tim Pool. Simply because
Tim Pool is a little hard to take. The way there's something about people that talk that quickly that you just feel like they're some smarty pants. Ben Shapiro comes across the same way. It's just something about just kind of like, just calm. Just I don't know what it is about the rapid clip that they talk in. It's like
high speed intellectual. Shit, or pseudo intellectual, whatever the hell you really want to call them. I mean, and it's kind of it's one of those things where I'm like I really admire. I like people that go against the grain and they develop their own culture. Like for instance, the Daily Wire. I like the fact that they're doing movies that buck the Hollywood system. I love that, and that's Ben Shapiro's thing. Right, I love that whole
Western
thing
with
with Gina Carano.
I didn't watch that.
I haven't seen it.
We got that channel. We paid for that channel for a month because I wanted to see that What Is a Woman movie, and then I saw they had all these other movies, but I just never had the time to watch them, and we were trying to cut back, so I think we canceled it.
Yeah, it's a weird thing about that, and I was arguing with somebody else about that recently, where I was like, okay, the only way that you can see their films now is by subscribing to their service. They don't even have Blu-rays or DVDs. You know, they're not selling Blu-rays or DVDs. For instance, of Terror on the Prairie, that Gina Carano film.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, they are just leaving serious money on the table by not doing that. You know, they have their own store on the Daily Wire, and you go in, you can buy T-shirts, you can buy all kinds of crap. And I'm like, why don't they just do that and make millions more? I would buy a Blu-ray in a second.
Yeah, I think a lot of us would, but it may be that they're just aware that there aren't as many of us, because every time you go into a Target or Walmart, still has some movies, but you know what I noticed is they don't have many Blu-ray. They have really more. It's almost like DVD has made a resurgence. More people are just wanting to get the cheap version than the Blu-ray. And then Target's had a great selection of movies until it shrank to nothing. It's just like magazines. Every store used to have a big, and then they shrank to this much, and then they just all disappeared. And there's a few at the checkout counter, and it's just maybe that everybody just is happy with streaming movies. It's seems very stupid.
Well, yeah, it depends. Most of what I watch is streaming, but I also have my Blu-ray player, and I've got my Blu-ray, you know, my films. And
but when I stream, I have this need to preserve it. So, you know, soon I'm going to start attacking your channel, and I'm going to be recording it onto DVD-R, because all these documentaries you made, I want to preserve them. I don't, because like, what if your channel goes away and I don't have, and I'll record all these things, and my wife says, you're never going to watch all that. But I don't know. I have this need to preserve it. Like I'm this historian, this librarian.
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, that would be fantastic. I mean, I know that you've done that with some of your shows. You were telling me you've already recorded some.
I try to, well, what I do is I record it onto DVD-R, which is an old format, and they don't even make the recorders anymore. And it's not in height. It's not going to look as good as it does when you stream YouTube. It's going to be reduced in quality some, but it still looks better than what I was used to as a kid. You know, my wife's younger than me. She's 13 years younger than me. And I remember having a 25, 26, 27-inch TV, and you see the lines of resolution.
Sure, man.
And so it still looks better than that. And
totally.
I just, but you know,
and the stuff we do isn't like for high def anyways. You know, often I'll watch, you know, they have the settings, and I'll notice that it's set at 480p.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's fine. I don't give a crap.
My wife is telling me I should take all my shows and convert them. There's some other platform called Huge Tube, UGE Tube, and I think it stands for Utah Gun Exchange. And they have it where you can transfer your videos from YouTube onto their platform. And she says you need to do that because YouTube, just for almost no reason at all, just takes, you know, because of the stuff we were talking about today, they decide take that channel off. That's too much information, and then everything you've done is just gone, and there's no way to recover it because I don't preserve these shows. I mean, so about a good several hundred of my first episodes I recorded into standard play on DVD-R, but I'm way behind, probably at least a year behind in recording the shows. So if they were to knock me off, I lose all of that.
Right. Well, there's also BitChute and Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. I was thinking about Rumble, but
I've got one. I use it.
Yeah, the thing about Huge Tube is it apparently it allows you to move all your old stuff over there relatively easily, she says. But as far as Rumble, I was thinking maybe I should. Well, how many comic book type people are there on Rumble? Is it pretty much
not
all
many?
political?
Not many.
Because you know, if that's a uncharted territory, then maybe that would be a cool thing to be one of the first comic book people there.
Right. I keep telling people to get on it because we need more, like, you know, movie people, comic book people, you know, popular culture people.
Yeah. We're on Rumble more and more watching. There's a great guy called
oh, he makes these movies. He's from Scotland. They look like real movies, but they're incredible. His name is oh man, Mr. Truth Bomb. Yeah, look up Mr. Truth Bomb. He does. They're hilarious. You know, they're really funny, and they're really good explanations of everything that's going on in the world. But the way he cuts everything together, Mr. Truth Bomb's great, and Mel K on Rumble is great. She used to be real big on YouTube, but they completely. All of these people are people that used to be on YouTube, and they were kicked off. And and also
try BitChute too.
Okay,
BitChute
too. It's the other guy.
BitChute is bigger than Rumble.
Oh, is it?
It's way bigger than Rumble.
You know,
and they don't screw with anything. They do not. You know, Alex Jones is on there. He was never taken off.
He's on Rumble too. The thing I think the thing about Rumble is that it allows you to put the app on Roku so I can watch it on the television.
It is on Roku.
But
BitChute
is okay. Then we need to get. Maybe it's already on Roku, and I just don't know it because
Rumble
my wife
is on.
may have downloaded it, but I don't know it.
Rumble is on Roku. BitChute is not. You're absolutely right.
Okay. It is not. Okay, well, that's why I'm more leaning towards Rumble.
Drawback. That is the drawback. But what I do typically when I make a video, I will take that video and I upload it to all three platforms: YouTube, BitChute, and Rumble. Because I figure, okay, man, the chances of two of those platforms going down is very remote. Right? I mean, it's just not going to happen. And the chances of me getting booted off of BitChute or Rumble are slim to none because they are complete free speech absolutists.
Yeah.
You don't know with YouTube. It's just a gamble. Obviously, we've seen this in action, you know, so you never know what's going to happen. But the fact is that YouTube, you know it, I know it. As far as just stuff of, you know, since the dawn of film and television, it's just all on it. It's on YouTube, man. It's vast. It's so much bigger. And I know that BitChute and Rumble, they're gaining, but I can say this: it's going to take another 10 years for Rumble to get the kind of volume to even approach YouTube. You know, I mean, it's just YouTube is just too huge. It's just gigantic.
Yeah, and I've heard of this Locals also. I think you have to pay, or do you have to pay?
No.
For that? You have to sign up, and the signing up is what's a hassle. The thing is,
it's easy. I did it. I got my Locals account.
There's Trump's channel, Truth Social. He's supposed to be trying to make that like YouTube and like everything all mixed together: Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
Yeah. I don't know. I signed up for Truth Social, and those bastards never got back to me.
Well, they got back to me, but then I wasn't able to figure out how to make a password. My wife's gonna show me how to do that.
Yeah. I guess they thought I wasn't worthy of the Truth Social, or maybe they thought that I, you know.
Well, I think they investigate to make sure you're not a troll or whatever.
And they thought I was a troll, probably. I mean, I did have fun, you know, on Twitter trolling occasionally. But you know, Twitter is another thing. I will never go on there. If Elon Musk took over Twitter, I might go back on there.
I go on Twitter and I search for David Wilcock to see if he's going to have a new 4-hour stream on YouTube. I'll check him out. And the only other reason I would go on Twitter is sometimes I need to figure out how to get Eric Breen, because that's his. He's
on Twitter.
The way to get on the show. But other than that, I don't have any interest in Twitter and at all.
Right.
I never have. I never even understood it. I don't like being limited to a certain number of words.
I know it is silly. And also, what's really kind of funny, and I think you'll agree, maybe we were talking about this before, but it is kind of funny that these guys like Tim Pool and so forth, a ton of people, they always refer to Twitter. and but they can't. They just always talk about how much they hate it. Yet they always have quotes and shit from Twitter on their shows. And I'm like, if you hate it so much, stop giving them more ad space. It's just like freaking ridiculous, man. Oh, did he post the link to?
Yeah, he said
Time
he
After
found
Time?
it on. He found where you could pay for it on. We might. I think we have an Amazon Prime deal. I think we could probably watch that.
Yeah, Time After Time is great, man.
Yeah,
It's such a great film, and you would love The Raven. And I do agree. I think they would kind of go well together because it is the kind of film where it does give you a great, historically accurate glimpse into Edgar Allan Poe, but it's not that. That's not what the film's about. It's a fictionalized account during his life, and it's just really good. I mean, John Cusack just nails it. He is just freaking. He just does Poe. I mean, granted, there is no film of Poe, but that idea that you get by reading Poe's stories the way that he was.
Yeah.
I think Cusack just nails it. It's such a great flick.
And we were talking about Jeffrey Combs doing a one-man play.
Yes.
Didn't John Aston do that too?
John Aston.
Yeah, Gomez. Didn't he do
No,
it?
Maybe he did.
I think he did an Edgar Allan Poe, or just him on the stage.
Whoa!
And he really looked like him. You can, his eyes and everything.
Yeah,
imagine how
he would be physically great. Yeah, he'd be physically perfect looking. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Yeah, you could probably find him. It looks like Night Tiger just put up another show.
Damn.
Big Marvel, he misspelled it. He'll fix it. Big Narvel, Silver Age Key, and Golden Age comics up the wazoo.
Yeah. I just don't. I was blown away last night with not only him, Night Tiger, but of course Captain Strangelove. He's done his videos with his collection and so forth. But that other chap that was on there, kind of large guy, his insane amount of comics just blew my mind.
Yeah, that guy, the guy with the bald head,
kind of young.
Oh, the younger guy, the thin guy.
No, he's kind of rotund guy.
Oh yeah, there were a couple of young people earlier on. Yeah, I forgot that stream went on for so long. Yeah, there were some young. There's some young people that collect Golden Age. Yeah.
Yeah, and with.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yes, I know who you're talking about. That had the
He was wearing the Frazetta comic book, pre-code comic.
Yeah, like Beware or something.
Yeah, that was it. That was the dude.
They all had great stuff.
I was just like, where the hell? And the guy's young. The guy looks to me like he's like 35 or something. I mean, geez Louise.
And then that comic collector geek had like complete runs of
everything. God.
Like,
yeah, did you hear? He's like got everything that Warren Publishing ever put out. That's what he was saying, like all the eerie and creepy, but not only just the magazines, but he's got all of the stuff like, the shit they would sell, like the posters and the shirts and everything that, whatever the hell I think like they had the creepy fan club, that all of that, the ephemera of it all, I mean, geez Louise, man, that's so hardcore. I cannot believe it.
Yeah. That's.
I mean, I've seen his. Have you ever seen his shows?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he's got that whole room that's just totally lined with. It's just like what, It
made me want to watch more, because he said he's in his office. He said everything's down in my basement, and now I want to go watch shows where he's in his basement.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. He's just got the whole. I mean, it is just like wall to wall absolutely amazing stuff.
So,
And he's kind of like, he strikes me also as being an earnest historian
yeah,
of the comics. Like he really, I think they actually go to him, to talk about stuff in his collection and so forth. And so he's in that kind of that situation where, he uh, not only, he not only is his collection amazing, but he's kind of like he's just totally immersed in it completely.
yeah, and
And that's totally great.
he probably won a lottery at some point.
Yeah, it may be, maybe
Sure has a
so.
very good job. And the other guy that I was talking about with the bald head, I think,
Yeah,
seems like a doctor to me. He gives me
oh,
doctor
maybe,
vibes. I
maybe
don't
you're
know if he
right.
mentioned it or something, but I bet he's like a brain surgeon. That guy's these people are doing okay, man, because
Yeah,
those
they are.
cheap books.
Yeah, that's yeah. My collection. I mean, I used to have way more, to tell you the truth. I mean, my collection has kind of dwindled down a bit over the years. I have far more just regular books now than I do comic books.
Yeah,
But it's just the way it is. And of course, as I told you before, my whole thing, the way that I pay my bills is I buy and sell. I buy and sell books, comic books,
I was wanting to
quote
look.
unquote rare items,
Yeah, I
whatever.
want to look at what you got for sale. I think you said your eBay handle the other night.
Yeah, real Prague 66. Real Prague, REEL Prague 66.
Okay.
That's the handle, and I've got a few things up there. I'm putting more up soon.
So you make your living through eBay or other ways to selling?
Also direct. There are a couple of buyers that just I do direct sales, which is great because eBay, let's face it, they ream you.
Yeah, I need to find out what you're selling. So it just
it's a freaking joke though. I mean, they get unless you're. I mean, I am not one of the super sellers. You see, like I don't have thousands of sales on eBay.
Yeah.
So they they take 14%.
Wow.
Right. So if you sell it, your whatever the hell you're selling, $100, they're taking $14 of that. That's insane. I mean, think about it. I mean, you got and if you so basically what people have to do is they kind of adjust accordingly, right? So obviously, so if you've got an item and you say, well, I would like to sell this for $100 and I would like to make X amount. Well, you factor in what eBay is going to take from you. You got to factor that in. So it makes it a little tricky because obviously you can't be as competitive, and you kind of hope that everybody else is doing the same thing. I don't know. I really don't know, man.
Yeah.
eBay is it's a wacky world in the eBay universe. There, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, that's kind of the way it's been, man. It's just buying and selling kind of deal. I sell a lot of my movies that I've made.
Oh, okay.
I've got a few on there now. I just continuously sell them, which is totally cool. So it's as I said, it pays the bills.
Do you buy things from eBay and then resell them on eBay, or you buy things?
That's kind of rare. If I run into a really great deal on eBay, like years later, for instance, and this is you've got to play the patience game. Everybody knows, and this is just one. It's a truth. It is an absolute truth. Golden Age and Silver Age will always sell, and you're always going to make money. It doesn't matter. I don't care what. Golden Age and Silver Age are always going to go up in price. So, like, I'll buy some stuff. Like, I did. I bought stuff on eBay as well. Like, let's say 3 or 4 years ago. I sat on it, and now I'm selling it, and now I'm doubling or tripling the money that I paid.
Oh, okay.
That's basically how it goes. That's what you have to do, though. You have to be incredibly patient. Then you see on eBay, it's not, it's like everywhere else. Golden Age and Silver Age just continues to climb. It's God. I don't know. It's something that's kind of driven me insane recently. Is like, with modern comics, like people are like, yeah, well, there's like 20 variants for Spawn #1 or whatever, and I'm like, this shit is all bullshit. It is you know why? Because here's what they do. Spawn 1 comes out, or King Spawn. King Spawn is the latest.
Yeah.
And so people are like, oh shit, I got to get this variant and stuff. And so those variants, for a period of time, a short period of time, let's say maybe a year, they skyrocket. So this comic book you bought for $10, this special variant, is now suddenly worth $500. You're like, yes, I've got it. And then suddenly 2 months later, it's worth $20. Why? Because it never had value. It was fake. It was a complete, people blow up the value. This is a lot of people that are on YouTube. I got to tell you, a lot of people that do this stuff on YouTube where they're like, hey, look at my latest comic book haul. Look at all the stuff I have from CGC, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Man, they're hucksters. They're just coming on going, hey, these are the top 5 comics you should buy now. You know why? Because they just bought 10 issues of each of those.
Right.
And they're speculating. So it's a bunch of bullshit. I do a lot of research. I look at I cross-reference various places online, check out prices for something. And the funny thing is that if you go on eBay, for example, you'll see a comic book like everybody on eBay is selling that comic book for like $39.95 or whatever. Okay. And you're like, wow, it's a brand new comic book. It must be really rare. Then I'll go on to like Gmart. Gmart is a big comic book dealer. I think they're out of Chicago.
Yeah.
And you'll see that comic book on sale for $3. Now, how could that be? How could that possibly be? Well, I can tell you how it possibly could be. It's just that they're artificially inflating the prices on eBay.
Yeah.
They're just jacking it up, man. So basically, what I look at, and I think this is absolutely true. Golden Age and Silver Age comics. I'll buy a Golden Age, like a pre-code horror comic book 4 years ago, and let's say I paid $100 for it. Well, now I look online at the pricing, and suddenly I see, wow, people are buying it for $200. I'm selling it for $200, and it's real because there is no variant, there is no hocus pocus. It's just that you've invested and you've got some. You show. Good Lord, Grazia, you've got some awesome pre-code horror comics. I've seen them. So you've got those. You've had them probably for years, I would imagine. So the value, the real value, continues to go up. And that is something you can count on, and it's actually real. This is a real investment. Dan Bongino, who I believe also invests in comic books. I think he does. I think he's a comic book fan. The guy, Dan Bongino, he's a commentator. He was on Fox News and stuff. Okay. In any case, and he'll tell you, it's like, man, if you just do your research, some of these things are in cards. People, they invest in cards, like old baseball cards from the 50s and 60s and stuff. Those are really valuable. they're not going to plummet. You know, you can count on them. You can count on your golden age and silver age comic books. They are not going to plummet on you. In the long haul, they are going to go up. So at the end, when you give those comics to your loved ones when you pass on, right? Yeah. You know that they will make, the money that you think that they should make on those comic books. On modern comic books, man, I just see a load of shit, a load of horse shit. I see a lot of stuff that is just not. It's kind of like I'm going to make a lot of enemies when I say this, but it's kind of like Bitcoin. It is value made of thin air. Yeah. There is nothing back in it. There is no value to it. That is the reason why now Elon Musk is suddenly talking about the merger of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Why would they merge? Because they can't cut it. The gravy train is long over because it was a pyramid scheme. Trump called it. A ton of people like Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett came out and he was like, "Man, get out of the Bitcoin thing because what's going to happen? Like any pyramid scheme, somebody is going to be left holding the bag at the end." And he was absolutely right. Listen, Warren Buffett and Donald Trump, they're billionaires for a reason.
Yeah.
So I listen to them. I listen to people that, are like of the old school that see like, these are things that really are of value and they do produce some kind of wealth. It's not like a get rich quick scheme. When something like Bitcoin goes from $10 in 2012 to $50,000 just like a year ago, something's wrong. Something is dreadfully wrong with that picture. So, that's all I'm saying.
And if the internet goes down, you don't have access to your money. So it's like you kind of need physical things. You won't have access to your favorite movies either. So it's better to have these physical objects. It just makes sense.
Yes, exactly. The physical. We are in the physical world. We are not. We're not downloaded into the freaking digisphere yet. So and we never. Well, I never will. I would. That's just a horrifying concept.
Yeah.
So that's basically it. So and what I'm saying with the comic books, you can love them. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and I think you would agree with me. Like with Eclipse, like the comics, the indie comics of the 80s, 70s, and 80s.
Yeah.
Man, there was some great stuff in there. And Eclipse, Pacific Comics, Dark Horse, there were just a lot. Blackthorn. They produced a lot of comics that have a lot of value. And I see that value steadily increasing because it's not bullshit. And those are the things when you zero in on things like that. We've talked about Dave Stevens a lot. Dave Stevens consistently sells because he's a comic genius. He's an artistic genius is what he is. He like transcended many of the comic book artists and artists of his time. And his stuff is still totally appreciated. Everybody loves his stuff. 20-year-olds love his stuff. 60-year-olds love his stuff. And he will stand the test of time. That's what I'm saying. So if you look for those things that are really good, Jack Kirby will stand the test of time.
Yeah,
there is no doubt about it, man. You just find those people, the great art. John Buscema, all of the great, incredible artists, they will pull through. They will, be appreciated 50 years from now. 50 years from now, just like we're appreciating those golden age artists like Matt Baker. Man, Matt Baker was awesome. Schomburg. Schomburg was just mind-blowingly great, and he is still loved today. That's why those comic books are so sought after. You know, if they had, let's face it, if they had crap covers and they were just unappealing and uninteresting, I don't think people would give a damn. I really don't. I think they would just say, yeah, whatever, you know, but a lot of those were so well done and they're so dynamic, much to, you know, to I think a large extent, much better than comics being done today. So much better. Jesus Christ. Those artists just blow these modern artists away, in my opinion.
I can't really think of any modern artists. I mean, actually, Mike Allred is doing a comic currently, but I can't get to a comic store. But he revived that X-Statix X-Force thing a few months ago.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's like Mike Allred and that guy Campbell, Scott Campbell, is that his name? He did, like, he's done Vampirella stuff. He's really good. He does, you know, he's good at the good girl art type thing. He's quite good with that. And of course, there's that guy that does the painting, like the covers, Alex Ross. Is that his name?
Oh yeah, Alex Ross. Yes, he's
a genius. Yeah,
he's great.
So there are great artists, and those, I think those guys, you know, will stand the test of time. The funny thing is that the biggest problem today with covers. Like, for instance, you'll see a great Alex Ross cover, right, on a comic book, and you're like, wow, that is fantastic. I'm gonna have to get it. And then the art is just total dog shit inside.
Yeah, he's being used to sell inferior products inside.
Exactly. It's bait and switch.
But about a year or two ago, he did these covers that were just portrait covers of all these characters, and I've seen people put all of them up on a wall. It looks magnificent.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and there are those, you know, Dave Stevens stuff, the posters.
Oh, she's saying, well, she's ready now, and so I guess we need to get to a restaurant that closes at 9. And
man. 8. Yeah, hey, it was great talking.
But it's a block away, so we're not gonna have any trouble getting there. But yeah, it's been fun talking, and I'll probably, I don't know how many more hours I've got left on my free live stream, but you're going to be on Wednesday at some point. Maybe if I can do a horror stream at some point this week.
Yes, yeah, and also too, remember, Grotto, I've got my own StreamYard.
Oh, so that's right.
If you run out, then we can just do it on mine.
You ought to do a StreamYard some night and invite people on.
I will. Cool. I just have to get some people to watch mine.
Well, I see your streams, but then I'll miss because it's like a short stream of 20 minutes, and you know. But if you did a longer one, and more people start coming in, and then
and you know, one quick thing is that I think you've done it, and also Captain Strangelife has done this, and I think it's a great idea. I'm going to do it too. When there's an upcoming show, do a little plug.
Oh yeah,
on your show, or do a short. Like, I saw some 30-second or 40-second plugs. I think Captain Strangelife did it for the upcoming,
Night Tiger does it too. Yeah, he does commercials.
Those are good. So I think I'm going to do that for the upcoming.
And Graphic Man does them too. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Fantastic idea.
All right. Well, I'll see you real soon, and have a good night. And
all right, man.
We're gonna get some Mexican food.
Take care, man. I'll see you later.
All right, bye.